Like a good idea, but I am not sure that it's being executed in the best way.
The cutoff to buy a pass this year was at the beginning of December, locking in large payments before any skiing is done. For Vail and Alterra, this was a game changer, creating financial stability in a market that historically had its revenue reliant on unpredictable snowfall.
Having preseason sales of those gives them, set money they know they're going into the season with. They don't have to worry necessarily about day-to-day visitor numbers. They just have to worry about driving those people to actually book longer trips, to buy food on the mountain, to buy gear from Vail.
Vail has a sales goal of achieving over 75% of its revenue in advance commitment, which puts a very big onus on skiers. For a lot of hardcore skiers who can visit lots of resorts and ski a lot of days, these passes actually save them cash. The problem is that if you're just a casual skier or have a whole family that wants to ski, the alternative to those passes isn't much of an alternative at all. The price of day lift tickets has soared in recent years, and that is a major part of the strategy.
The prices of the day tickets and the season passes are interconnected. If you raise the price of the day tickets, it starts to make the season package look affordable. Now, it's anything but. They've gotten the season package up to around $1,000 a year now. But that starts to look affordable because they're raising the price of what I call the outside option, or the standalone daily price, into the, just say, $300 range.
In 2011, a lift ticket at Park City Mountain cost $90. This year, it hit $327, a 263% increase.
The price to enter the sport is so staggeringly high that unless you are coming from a place of privilege, or unless you have family members who are incredibly dedicated to getting you out on the slopes, it's really hard to start skiing or start snowboarding.
If you're able to swing that upfront price for a pass and manage to visit a ski resort several times a season, the system is a good deal, unless you're skiing during peak times.
A steady line of cars led to long lines of people at 2 Utah ski resorts.
Got people?
With all those pass holders having access to the same number of mountains, more skiers are showing up to more resorts more often. And in most cases, the ski areas are just not big enough for all of them to enjoy it comfortably.
So as a result, you have a really massive overcrowding at these resorts. No one's minding the store, and I don't think we can count on the resort owner. The resort owner, just wants as many people as they can get there. This congestion is borne entirely by the customers, right? So we stand on the line. It ruins our time, but it doesn't do anything to the profits of the firm.
Meanwhile, Vail is focused on capturing a lot of non-skier dollars too, from transportation to gear rentals, food to lodging.
I got an email from Vail saying 15% off if I buy their lodge, alongside the lift tickets. If the person who's assembling the bundle has control and monopoly power in one of the inputs, here the resort, it's possible that you could raise the standalone price and create basically a fake or a phantom discount off an inflated standalone price to get consumers to overpay for the bundle.
So where is all this money going? One of Vail's stated goals for the coming year is expanding the resort network. Along with strengthening their North American market, they are looking at further expansion into Europe and Asia.
I think it's just showing what the priority is. The priority feels like it's on acquisition instead of maybe operation.
We all know that there's money flowing in here. What's the disconnect? How are you just extracting all of this money and sending it back to shareholders in Colorado or whoever owns mountain stock?
A lot of folks that I used to know lived around here. Most of the time, the person who owned their house decided to sell it. And then the new buyers didn't want to rent it, or they wanted to rent it for much more, and it just became like untenable economically.
Here in Park City, the median home sale price in December 2024 was $2.9 million, despite a 60% vacancy rate. ski towns are experiencing extreme housing shortages as resorts build more and more hotels and apartments, and houses are transformed into Airbnbs to accommodate visiting pass holders from out of town. It's tough for locals and workers alike.
There is a sense of not necessarily recognizing the town that they grew up in. It's not super common for folks who work in Park City to live in Park City.
Julia lives far outside of Park City in a rural town that is at least a 45-minute drive and a short snowmobile ride away.
For me, incorporating a drive has made it so Park City is a destination for work and for groceries, less of a community that I belong to.
Lou lives a bit closer.
Welcome to employee housing. This is the communal living area. We have kind of a small kitchen space, regular refrigerator.
This is exactly how it was when I worked at a 5-star hotel in the Canopolis Suites. 5-star Westin hotel called Canopolis Suites in Maui, Hawaii. And I worked there for 2 years, and it was exactly like this. I lived with 5 other people. Yeah, it was a Colombian family. A mother, a father, a brother, and 2 sons. And they were all the men were alcoholics, and all the women were housemaids. Or yeah, what are they called? Housekeepers. And we were all housekeepers, and we would all leave at 5 in the morning. We'd all look out for each other and stuff. They spoke, one of them spoke English, all the rest of them only spoke Spanish. So he was a good friend of mine. He was my roommate.
Here, there are 8 of us that live in this unit. 4 on one side over there, 4 on this side.
Lou lives in employee dorms, which are made available to a slice of Vail workers. He pays $660 a month during the ski season for a small room. And believe it or not, he's one of the lucky ones.
Some of the other guys are...
That's how Maui was. When I came in, I was like the only white guy in 500 people or something. There was like 500 of us working housekeeping for that fucking hotel, and I was like the only white guy. The only one. There was black guys, and there was Mexicans, and there was like Spanish and South American and Argentinians, but not white guys. I was the only white guy there. And there was a little bit of resentment with some of the Mexican people that I didn't know that I had taken a job. You know, they were like, what's Gringo doing down here? But nobody totally cared. You know, it was a good job. It paid well. It was $25 an hour. They knew why I was there. Stop. Oh. Every time I click on the screen, it just takes my mouse to that fucking YouTube screen. So annoying. Out of the way, dummy. Get out of the fucking way, asshole. Get the fuck out of the way. Get the fuck out of the way. up immediately in the name of the law!
In triple bedrooms, so sharing a room with.
You could tell they were like, this job should go to somebody who really needs it. They didn't resent me, but you could tell they were a little bit disappointed that it went to a white guy. They're like, one of the 500 people was white. But nobody was ever mean to me, not even once. None of them. You know, they could see that I wasn't racist either, and you know, these are good friends. Fell in love with a white girl from Normal, Illinois named Journey. Oh, she's got a different name than that, but yes. And I was there for 15 months, and we fell in love like pretty much the day I moved out there. I was still living in Denver when we met. And when I didn't have any money, I moved to Hawaii. Took a job at the hotel through a friend of my mom's. Contraband? I must, yeah.
Two other people. I can show you the single right over here. Just your regular, not so soft bed, little armoire, some seating, and a mini fridge in this room. Not too much to it.
That's exactly how I lived.
Pretty simplistic, pretty.
2 people per room, bunker cot that sucks. It was terrible on my back. I eventually bought like an inflated bed because they're just terrible. Yep, and communal fridge that you had to keep clean, and you had to do dishes, couldn't be dirty. You had to keep the place clean. Getting showers in the morning. If you woke up late, you were the last one to shower, which sucks.
Institutionalized.
Park City Ski Patrol unionized several years ago, fed up with the low wages and difficult living conditions that now plague ski towns and workers.
I just think that less and less workers are willing to degrade themselves and see themselves as dirtbags when they're providing a luxury product. I'm not proud of having slept on a couch in somebody's studio apartment for a whole winter just to like go skiing and be able to do something I'm passionate about.
At the end of 2024, after weeks of failed negotiations and during one of the busiest ski weeks of the year, Lou and his fellow ski patrollers went on strike. The wages weren't right, and workers just didn't feel respected.
It's kind of, yeah, like a kick in the knees. The cost of an employee meal went from $5 to $8 due to inflation
like
or whatever
double,
excuse there is. But the hourly wages did not change based on inflation.
Large parts of the mountain terrain were shut down due to the lack of staffing. Lift lines were out of control. People were pissed.
A lot of the businesses in Park City and smaller family-owned, community-owned places really supported us because they know that we are the ones trying to live in town here and that want to support them.
The union won the strike, dinging Vail's stock price and earning big pay raises. Other ski patrol unions at Vail-owned resorts are looking for new contracts, as are unions at resorts owned by Alldayerrydaybaby.
With our strike, people are starting to notice that the business model of just trying to get as many people to the resort as possible might not be always the best option.
And there are other options.
Right now we're rolling some stuff up the hill in our small snowcat. So we got beach chairs, skis, beer, and firewood. That's just about all you need for a good time.
Eric Mogensen is the CEO of Entabeni Systems, a company that provides data for independent ski resorts across North America.
All right, good. We are good. Good to go.
I think early on we were looking at the data, and a lot of these independent resorts don't have a product to compete with the mega multi-pass offering. You know, obviously these small places have a season's pass and those type of things, but there really wasn't a good ability to go around and have a single product that would give you access to different independent resorts.
In 2022, Entabeni Systems acquired IndyPass.
IndyPass gives users 2 days at each of its member mountain resorts, providing them access and new customers without succumbing to overcrowding.
What it does is it gets people to go to places they wouldn't go otherwise. It gets people, you know, out of a narrow menu of ski area options and gives them some real geographical and terrain diversity that they may not have otherwise. 85% of the pass revenue goes back to the resorts and gets split based on a ratio between their average daily ticket price and the amount of visits that they get on the pass. Especially the small independents, they need a path forward. And a lot of the systems, a lot of the solutions out there to solve those problems are built for either industries outside the ski industry or for very, very large players in the industry.
One of the resorts on IndyPass is Black Mountain in New Hampshire, a beloved local hill that couldn't keep up with the big operators. So Entabeni bought Black Mountain temporarily with the intent of turning it into a co-op owned by members.
You know, everybody likes to complain about the mega operators and the mega corporations and the mega companies and regardless of industry, but it's really easy to complain and it's another thing to do something about it. And so I woke up the next morning and I said, we're going to do something about it. One thing I've always been so inspired by in skiing is that everybody really feels that they have an ownership piece of their little mountain. They've parked in the same spot for 20 years, they have family memories on this trail, they have their mug at the bar. There really is a sense of ownership, and that's really what brought me to making sure that everyone could own a piece of this mountain.
Co-ops take a long time to build, and a thriving independent scene is critical. But the sheer dominance of the big two still presents challenges to most skiers nationwide.
The problems are numerous, and it seems like an intervention, or many interventions, are warranted here. If we had more competition, you know, we kind of broke up some of these conglomerates and we had independents. The independents would compete with each other.
It doesn't seem that Vail is expanding so that they can open up skiing to more people and become a more inclusive industry. It seems that they're expanding so that they can continue to have a return on investments that they've already made. It's not really to spread a love of skiing or a love of spending time in the outdoors. It is profit extraction.
I think that there is a responsibility, whether it's to society or to your shareholders or to your customers, to do things right and for the right reasons. And I think you inherently have to take care of your employees, you have to take care of your customers, and you have to look at your time spent in this industry as more than transactional.
Agreed.
Thank you so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this one, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have any ideas for stories that you would like for us to investigate, just drop them in the comments below.
That one was good. I like hearing about Colorado stuff. It makes me happy. I hope they find their way.
I know everyone's excited by the artifacts, but we need to be as objective as possible and be aware of possible negative effects.
we've come. It's all becoming so overwhelming. The Starborn, the artifact visions, the music. Is it all worth it?
Mateo, are you having a crisis of faith? You?
What if the Starborn are right? What if our hunt for the artifacts is a fool's errand, doomed to failure and catastrophe?
You think we're doing the wrong thing? We just want answers. Isn't that why we all joined in?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to shame. I just hope that this journey doesn't turn us...
Hate to interrupt, but I have a favor to ask. Lot of equipment on the Eye has reached the spans, and if we're going to find more artifacts further out, we need work done. Got the nods and signs from Sarah and Walter for the materials, but I need hands. She's an old station. Be ready, give you the down of it. Worried not all of them need more than just the you and I.
Ooh, another achievement. Go to the eye, huh? This was always the best storage box. Coming back to the lodge sucks, though. It used to be like a suit right there.
We should head to the station. I want you helping Vladimir when you can. We can't find more artifacts without the
Once in ICE's hands, they broke my window, they yanked me out by my neck, they threw me to the ground, they stomped on me, they pushed my face into the ground, they put the cuffs on as tight as possible to the point where it took 6 agents to try to get them off. They said, "Have you not learned? This is why we killed that lesbian bitch."
Proceeded to say, you guys need to stop, you need to stop, obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch is dead. And they were talking about Renee Nicole Good.
You can help build the only independent news outlet always on the ground with the people for as low as...
This is our opinion. Think like us or it's not cool.
They sang about political discourse, but their singer also tried to become mayor of San Francisco. The group would face criminal charges for distributing harmful material to minors with the release of their 1985 album, Frankenchrist. Their very name would spark public outrage, and record store owners would even be arrested for selling their music. Despite actively claiming they were heavily against corruption, the band would fall apart and, ironically, become engulfed in legal disputes over publishing royalties and fraud. They compared US politicians to Hitler and foretold the coming of a new world order as they watched the United States crumble before them. This is Hal Nation, the story of dead Kennedys.
It's also another part of what really is a culture war against artists and journalists who want to present a view of society different from the New World Order.
On July the 19th, 1978, the Dead Kennedys would play their first show at the Mabuhay Gardens in San Francisco, California. This venue, also known as the Fab Mab, was somewhat of a legendary place. It saw the likes of the Runaways, Ramones, the Dead Boys, and even Motorhead stretch their strings there. So what better place for the Dead Kennedys to launch their assault onto the world?
This is our opinion. Judge it for what you will, but for Christ's sake, have an opinion.
The Dead Kennedys would be formed through The Recycler, an now legendary newspaper that brought many influential groups together. Metallica, Guns N' Roses, and Motley Crue all started from classified ads here. Whilst, of course, the Kennedys were a full band, one man would essentially become the spokesperson for the group, and his name would become synonymous with them. You can't hear the name Jello Biafra without thinking of the politics behind Dead Kennedys.
We, in our own way, are trying to break down rules like even not just written laws, but mental laws, social mores, and American attitudes that have slowly turned us into one of the greediest countries in the world.
The name itself spawned from what they perceived to be the downfall of America, or at least the death of the American dream, and their goal was to change that. Arguably one of the most famous presidents in US history, who took office in 1961, would be assassinated on November the 22nd, 1963. The Dead Kennedys believed that under the direction of John F. Kennedy, the United States was a prosperous land, and ever since then, the American people were essentially ignoring the fight for freedom. I think what we are witnessing in this country is the slow but inevitable fall of an empire that got too comfortable. In other words, when people are so interested in feathering their own nests and scamming on everybody else, or being as macho as the person on the TV or movie screen, and not caring about other human beings, of course, things are going to start to crumble and collapse around them, just like it did with Rome, or Britain, or Egypt, or the Aztecs. Their view on the decline of America was so extreme.
My God, it's a good quote. I want to hear it again. This is exactly where we're at. I think what we are witnessing in this country is the slow but inevitable fall of an empire that got too comfortable. In other words, when people are so interested in feathering their own nests and scamming on everybody else, or being as macho as the person on the TV or movie screen and not caring about other human beings, of course things are going to start to crumble and collapse around them, just like it did with Rome and Britain, Egypt, or the Aztecs.
Gave up my room in the lodge so Andreja had a place to call her own. Everyone needs space to let in. Don't want to worry anyone, but we got more competition. Captain Petrov owns a salvager vessel called the Scow. Runs it like a palace of novelties. And the Scavenger hires every gun and knife willing to chop relics out of their owner's hands for pay. Scrapes out any derelict ships his mosquitoes can find. Reached out through my hand-to-hands to see if we can do an honest... Think we're gonna need... Left a life of not sending you long. Catch a smile up.
Sam Coe is not my main companion because he kept Andreja. Well, yeah, but I want Vasco. Oh no, Sanko's. Okay, never mind.
Have any new books for me?
What the hell? I thought I saw the little girl. No?
Always a pleasure, Captain.
Shut up, you.
You need something or what? Need something? Okay. Bye. Aren't the pink trees acid or whatever? Start a source and I can buy it, I can trade it, I can make acid with it. Wow, trippy.
So it doesn't really matter. Can I put down a tent right here? Yes. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. I guess you have to, like, eventually you just have to go into the zone. So I'm gonna go to that place up there, I guess, because it's a little more level appropriate. Right here seems peaceful, like there isn't even mobs. Well, I'm out of the storm right here, I think, actually. Maybe. I don't know. No, I don't see the end of the thing. So I guess like I do go to like the exclusion point. That should be where my level is.
Did you hear that? Deviants, Mayflies, whatever they are, I want them found.
Or the Aztecs. Their view on the decline of America was so extreme that in an interview in 1983, guitarist East Bay Ray said Americans would be happy to work in concentration camps if they thought it would be good for the economy.
There's plenty of people in the United States that would probably, because they need a job or it's good for the economy, would probably work at a concentration camp.
And it was this type of political and moral complacency that the dead Kennedys were trying to highlight. Jello Biafra would take an early interest in politics and corruption. A few key events that would help to shape his worldview would be the Vietnam War, the Chicago 7 trial, and the Kent State Massacre, which Biafra would be exposed to during his formative years. Even by his own admission in an interview, he stated that these events and others radicalized him at an early age. I'm grateful my parents didn't change the TV channel when bloody Vietnam War footage came on. or African Americans being hosed by the cops, or attacked by German shepherds because of the color of their skin. So how could I not be radicalized when this is all going on? He would combine this radicalization with his love for two bands, the Stooges and Hawkwind. In an interview with Prog magazine, he cited that Funhouse by the Stooges and Space Ritual by Hawkwind essentially made him who he was from a musical point of view. Funhouse by the Stooges will be released in 1970, making it their second studio album, and Space Ritual was a live album by Hawkwind, released in 1973, and good old Lemmy Kilmister from Motorhead features on bass and some vocals here.
Nope.
He wanted to inject into this chaotic punk project. This show also featured The Offs, Negative Trend, and Deviate. What is the prize with the punk movement? More punk. No, that's culture. Yes, like it or not, it's a consumer culture, even before it was co-opted. We all bought into it because it had so much energy, and the lyrics were cool, and it finally rekindled the spirit of rock and roll, and people loved bands like early Radio Birdman and The Saints. And other bands in the US and Britain were all no longer in a vacuum anymore.
We see people dressed a little differently than us, and we think, oh, this is punk. What is punk, according to you?
I think if you asked 30 people that, you'd get 30 different explanations.
California Über Alles would be the first single from the Dead Kennedys, released in 1979.
California, Über Alles.
The title itself was a spin on Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, which translated to English means Germany, Germany above everything. It's a line taken from the German national anthem, and it's the same line that was specifically adopted by the Nazi Party. The song California Über Alles itself was aimed at the then governor of California, Jerry Brown, where Biafra essentially portrays Brown's vision for a fascist America. When singing the lyrics, Biafra claims that Jerry Brown will one day become Führer and America will turn into George Orwell's 1984 dystopian depiction of society, fascist and totalitarian. And by the artwork alone, you can see the comparison the Dead Kennedys were trying to make. The first single would also appear on the debut studio album by the Dead Kennedys, Fresh Fruit for Rotting Vegetables, released in 1980. An album that not only took aim at politicians, but also the ugly truth of war and social unrest.
You were kind of like DMCing me.
As it was sort of a triumph for the whole scene. I was confident that if we made one album, we'd be able to make more. And just to give you an idea of what else was on offer in the same year the debut Kennedys record was released, we also had New Hope for the Wretched by Plasmatics.
No. Stop. I like these bands, but don't play them.
An evening of violent riots with over 100 people injured and police cars set ablaze. This night would come to be known as the White Night Riots. A politician by the name of Dan White had decided to take the lives of George Moscone and Harvey Milk, also both politicians.
A few moments later, Dan White surrendered to the police. This has stunned the city.
The cause of the riot itself was the fact that Dan White had been convicted of voluntary manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. The public felt his sentence was too lenient, and they weren't too happy about it. In the same year this riot took place, Jello Biafra decided to run for mayor. He even stated that if elected, he would erect statues of White throughout the city and sell eggs and tomatoes for people to throw and pelt it with.
One of the most unusual candidates to emerge in American politics recently is a pop rock star, Jello Biafra, who ran for the office of mayor of San Francisco.
I had some pretty interesting proposals. Making businessmen wear clown suits was the one the media seized on, but there was a lot more to it than they realized. People began making their own signs and bringing them to rallies. One of them was, "There's always room for Jell-O." That was an advertising slogan for a fruit-flavored dessert at the time. I didn't choose it. That was just one of the signs, but it was the one that caught on. There were several more, including somebody walking around with a sign saying, "If Jell-O doesn't win, I'll off myself." Biafra even released a mayoral manifesto which stated that he would ban automobiles, make squatting legal, and that police officers would essentially need to be given a vote of confidence by the public in order to serve.
His literature says Jello Biafra is no more a joke than anyone else running this year.
Surprisingly, he did not become mayor with these policies. Shocking, I know.
A little hard to take you as a serious candidate, but some of the platforms that are put forward do seem a bit unusual.
He did, however, do his best to run a political campaign, even if it was a mock. He took no major private funding to do so, and even went on several TV interviews and special news reports in order to promote his bid for mayor.
One candidate who took his campaign to the streets today in a way that only he can. Jello Biafra, the lead singer in the punk rock group The Dead Kennedys, he held a news conference at City Hall. He then went on to do what he calls shaking babies and kissing hands.
Although he didn't become mayor, you could easily argue that all of this attention was basically free publicity for his band The Dead Kennedys. Their debut album even managed to secure a chart position in the UK. And for the music nerds interested, in the UK, this would be released via Cherry Red, who also put out records for The Runaways and Girls' School. And of course, this debut offering also included arguably one of the most well-known and now iconic singles the band would ever release, Holiday in Cambodia.
Holiday in Cambodia!
Song, the subject matter itself is extremely morbid. The song referred to the death of over 1 million Cambodians during the 70s. And with other titles on the album such as Kill the Poor, Chemical Warfare, and Let's Lynch the Landlord, it's easy to see which side of the political and social fence Biafra and the Dead Kennedys had firmly seated themselves. Dead Kennedys had certainly set the tone for their brand of musical activism, and whilst it may have been shocking to some, they had plenty more obscenities to come.
To bring attention to the end of the American dream and the beginning of the me generation.
In 1981, Dead Kennedys would release a rather controversial single. This time, though, it wasn't controversial due to the actual topic of the song. It wasn't about murder, assassinations, or anything even remotely morbid or shocking. It was simply the title. Too Drunk to Fuck would cause somewhat of a ruckus over in the UK. According to an old Dead Kennedys biography, record store owners were arrested for stocking the single, and the BBC were terrified that if the song performed well commercially, they would have to invite the band to come and play on Top of the Pops. How much truth there really is to these statements, only the Dead Kennedys and possibly some record store owners could confirm it. What we do know is that the single reached number 31 in the UK charts. Then 1 year later, another DK singles hit the UK charts with Nazi Punk's Fuck Off. This single would be taken from the In God We Trust Inc. EP, an EP that essentially took aim at organised religion and neo-Nazis, and was also released in the era of Ronald Reagan, the 40th President of the United States of America. Those types of people didn't come to our shows that much. I mean, punk has a wide spectrum. On one end, like within the Sex Pistols, you have the Sid Vicious type, the kind of idiot. And on the other end, you have Johnny Rotten, Johnny Lydon, the intelligent one. Dead Kennedys were on the intelligent end of punk. And our audiences tended to be also. And this is where things become pretty chaotic for DK from a political perspective. After the release of their second studio album, Plastic Surgery Disasters, in 1982, the group would see more success in the UK by climbing up the independent charts.
We're gonna try that on you. We'll make you die.
Called called the New Right. And over in the 80s, they were about to make it very clear their feelings for the new president. Throughout the 1980s, there would be a rise of what was called the New Right, which was essentially just conservative politics under the reign of Ronald Reagan. And with punk naturally opposing this political ideology, a series of concerts and protests would take place over several years. Rock Against Reagan would be historically classed as somewhat of a punk movement and consisted of various punk bands holding anti-Reagan concerts, Dead Kennedys included. And this is how it was seen from the perspective of the Dead Kennedys, taken from an old biography. More live mayhem brings Dead Kennedys to guerrilla performances outside both the Democratic and Republican national conventions. Republicans in Dallas are greeted by Biafra-led crowd chanting "fuck off and die" as they flee the hall for their hotel rooms. A mass die-in at a Neiman Marcus and the notorious Joey Johnson flag burn. Case that wound up in the Supreme Court add to the festivities. At the Democratic Convention, Dead Kennedys take to the stage in Klansman hoods, then remove them to reveal Ronald Reagan masks underneath. 1,000 people break away from the crowd to march on San Francisco City Hall, where they are beaten senseless by out-of-control police officers. And again, only the people that were there could really confirm if this is how things really went down. Regardless, we do know that Ronald Reagan wasn't a popular choice for everyone. On March the 30th, 1981, he was famously shot by John Hinckley Jr. in an assassination attempt. So whilst the early 1980s consisted of the Dead Kennedys continuing their fight against what they...
I mean, most of the Republican presidents in the last, 75 years have been shot at or thrown shoes at or, just it's something that happens, not as much as Democratic presidents, but yeah, Trump got shot at. I don't think anybody tried to kill Nixon, but they definitely tried to kill Reagan. Fairly sure somebody tried to throw a shoe at George Bush's head, and the George Bush Jr. I don't think anybody tried to kill Daddy Bush.
Believed were the wrong kind of political beliefs and policies. They would soon come under much heavier scrutiny, and one member would even face the threat of prison if found guilty. In 1981, the world saw the birth of MTV Music Television, a significant development within the music industry, as it was essentially the first channel to air music videos around the clock. And as we all know, it would help to shape the music taste and culture throughout the decade.
I want my MTV!
I want my MTV.
So of course, the Dead Kennedys hated it.
The song is called MTV Get Off the Air.
MTV Get Off the Air would be a song taken from the third studio album by DK, and it was an attack on the music industry. Television station would be the least of...
It's too much DMCA, I don't want to do... well...
Biafra's worries. Frankenchrist would be released in 1985 and would result in legal action being taken against Biafra and several other people. Biafra's house in San Francisco is subsequently raided by San Francisco and Los Angeles police looking for evidence. Biafra says they even tore apart the cat litter box. Original pressings of the album contain a rather lewd poster. The poster was a replica of a painting by Swiss painter H.R. Geiger in 1973, and it's rather graphic to say the least. I certainly won't be showing it here.
The Dead Kennedy states his case in California.
How often is religion starting a war?
A lawsuit was brought against Jello Biafra within the state of California. He would be charged with distributing harmful material to minors, and if convicted, could even face jail time.
Oh, this is a direct attack on our ability to make a living.
The trial went on for over a year, receiving international attention, and renowned historian and cultural critic Grail Marcus even took the stand as an expert witness for Biafra in his defense. And if that wasn't trouble enough, the front cover of the Frankenchrist album also got dead Kennedys into some hot water. The cover itself was a picture of 4 Shriners in traditional red fez hats and driving their mini cars. They were so disgusted to be linked by the record, they decided to sue dead Kennedys and retail stores for $45 million US. Although the result of this lawsuit doesn't appear to have been made public, sources seem to indicate that it was either dropped or settled out of court. Biafra found himself on several talk shows, even pitting his wits against Tipper Gore, who was responsible for the PMRC campaign in the 80s that sought to censor certain music that was deemed to be either dangerous or sexually explicit. It's not a pretty picture. That's what I like in art sometimes. Sometimes that inspires you to think, even if it's not something you necessarily like to look at or hear. To me, there it was, consumer culture on parade, society, America, bent on screwing each other in more ways than one. That's what the Frankenchrist album was saying. I think they assumed I was some Sid Vicious idiot who would plead guilty and pay a fine of $50. Then they could use that precedent against major label artists. In other words, let's bash a small independent in hopes of getting rid of Ozzy, Judas Priest, and Prince. History is never on the side of the censor. Just ask Allen Ginsberg or Socrates. Biafra said one of the main reasons that people such as Tipper Gore were on a witch hunt to take out groups such as the Dead Kennedys is they knew an independent artist would be less likely to have the finances to pay for the legal costs, and eventually just give in and call it quits. Our case was one of half a dozen designed to bend the law, so that anyone in the distribution chain could be prosecuted for obscenity. Up until now, the Supreme Court had only upheld hands-on distributors, people at the cash register who sell Hustler to a 17-year-old. The way they want to set it up now is that anyone within sniffing distance can get convicted. I knew this was going to hang me in the end. Although Biafra and the other people charged had the case against them dropped, the damage was done. Jello Biafra and his band The Dead Kennedys had been painted as a harmful influence on the youth of America. Did we win the battle, but not the war? The war is getting worse. Watch what the religious right tries to do to your schools. Watch for them trying to shut down cool record stores or cool college radio stations. And as Frank Zappa puts it, don't let them govern by telling people what they don't like. Go out and tell them what you do like. Even after the case had been dropped, Biafra continued to be a public opponent of the PMRC and continually said he was fighting for free speech, even ending up on the Oprah Winfrey Show, sitting just a few seats away from Tipper Gore. And what's really ironic about this TV appearance is that whilst Jello Biafra is trying to get his point across, the producers of the show start to roll the credits and run the outro music, effectively trying to censor him in a talk show debate about censorship.
Especially when the PMRC won't even tell us who their financial backers are. To let other people use it as a hidden agenda of censorship via
Infamous Senate anti-music hearings are staged by Senator Al Gore and his cohorts as a favor to his wife Tipper and her openly bigoted fundamentalist friends calling themselves the Parents Music Resource Center. Among the PMRC's demands were the censorship through a labeling system of warning stickers, the reassessment of contracts of artists whose lyrics are sexually explicit, anti-Christian, or mention suicide or homosexuality. Expert witnesses called by the Washington Wives blame rock music for gang violence, murder, devil worship, and perversion. Frank Zappa was one of the first to oppose the PMRC and sense their significance, as was none other than John Denver and Dee Schneider. The music industry above and below ground keeps their head in the sand, preferring to sleep through the hearings. So you can thank Tipper Gore and the PMRC for labeling all the best records with that little parental advisory sticker, so you knew exactly which albums to go out and buy. Sadly though, the real downfall for the Dead Kennedys had already taken place before Biafra's appearance on the Oprah Winfrey Show with the death of democracy.
I hold them responsible for creating this climate of censorship, this ugly black cloud nationwide that would make it lucrative for a publicly elected official to file a charge like this the day before Election Day.
The last studio album Dead Kennedys would release would be Bedtime for Democracy in 1986.
Bedtime
this
for
would be the fourth and final
Democracy,
record by
Bedtime
the
for
group.
Bonzo.
They would play their
It's a joke about bedtime for Bonzo, which is like Reagan. Bedtime for democracy, which is like Reagan. Yeah, that's Reagan. Wait, am I dying? Why am I dying? Oh, take me back to my thingy, I guess. Don't want to die here. Did you log me? Don't log me. Oh god, don't log me. Alright, so... Okay, good. I slept. Did I? Yeah. If I want to get out on this side of the bed, I can. I just have to like move it around, and it will always kick me out. Let's go. I can get like kind of a bed under the glass and stuff. Yes, perfect. Now, sleep for 24 hours. Oh, I should charge my watch. Here's my... Here it is. Go. Okay. There we go, much better. You're not going to wedge me in the ceiling anymore. Nope. On the left side. Okay, so I want to go and do board the scow. Yeah, board the scow. I suppose I should check the surfaces for magazines. Starfield, is there a magazine on the scow? Ooh, 5 kilograms carry capacity. I like the music. I like the design, it's cool. It's way cooler than Mass Effect 2. We are looking for this guy's bedroom. There we are.
Hello, Captains. Cato Genesis here. The first peak performance we're after is peak Maheo 1 in the... So you've selected Maheo, but we'll mainly just stick to... After the magazine, leave the guest suite and go left through this broad hallway and take the next right towards the area on Beta Turnian 1 in the Beta Turnian system. Secure access door that is locked with a orbiting planet Jemison in the Alpha Centauri system. This becomes accessible once you've gone a little ways into the main quest and after starting the one called Into the Unknown. Take a right to the area labeled Facilities F01. The first door in here will lead into the physical training room, no doubt how Vladimir stays so jacked all the time, and appropriately off to the left next to the water at the Ilios Retreat on Ixil 2 in the Ixil system. Whether you decide to trigger the quest or not, through the forest and hills to the east of the Ilios Retreat will be a location just named Abandoned Outpost, but it is a carbon copy. Get your foot in the door when it comes to meeting the Crimson Fleet, which would be late into the quest for them called Rook Meets King, where you must go up to the eye and speak to Vladimir. Path until you reach this large, high-ceilinged room of one Sunny DeFalco. There's a lot for you to discover here, but we'll mainly just... The Ilios Retreat will be a location just named Abandoned UC Listening Post, which...
You're wrong. To charge my headphones. I'm thinking maybe I should go to bed because my family may need a ride this afternoon at like 12 or 1, something like that. That's in 6 hours. It would be maybe better to go to bed by 7 and sleep for 5 hours and just deal with the day than it would be to, I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe I'll just stay up. I'm trying to flip my schedule. Oh, there's more? I think you're wrong. I don't think it's Peak Performance 1. What's the actual magazine on the scow? You say. I'm standing at the bed. I don't see it. Contraband cash. $92. Well, I don't think there is a magazine, so... I think I better go to bed. I don't want to. I want to stay up all night, but I think I might get pressured into driving for 2 hours today. And I don't want to do that with no sleep. I don't think so. I don't think I want to drive for 2 hours, you know, like with no sleep. Even if I only do get like 4 hours of sleep, it would probably be better than not doing it because, you know, for my family's sake. I caffeinated like 3 hours ago and it's going to be hard to sleep. I love how they made his bald spot really weird. Like he shaved it that way. I feel like I should eat something. I don't know. I ate some fruit, but it wasn't enough. I only had one meal today. Or that's not true. I had some pasta when I woke up. I should stay up all night and flip my schedule and go to bed at 5. What was that? Oh, yeah. Boiled water, huh? The salt will also burn. Damn it. Maybe you can't gather water here. I think I'm actually low blood sugar. I think if I eat, I'll be fine. Gotta go run up there to the fridge and look for food. So you let me do that, but you won't let me do the ocean? Is it salt water? No, it's dirty water. I'm gonna go get ocean water. This is still fresh too. I mean, I'm at the ocean. No! Damn it, I was too fast. Hopefully I got an autosave in there somewhere. Damn it. No, I probably will sleep. I should just eat something before I go to bed.
not the ploy here. The water mechanic is kind of weak.
Their last live show in February of that year before officially breaking up.
Bit of time for democracy.
Would state that legal action from the Frankenchrist record would ultimately be the downfall of the band. East Bay Ray had a very different perspective on this. It seemed more that creative differences had gotten in the way of their once politically charged solidarity, and that it was becoming less a democracy and more Jello Biafra's Dead Kennedys. The group broke up. The Frankenchrist thing was, say, a final straw as far as his going in a different direction than what we wanted to do. I felt that the poster itself was shock for the sake of shock value. We'd shocked people before, but we'd always tried to have a point behind it. I didn't see the point he was making, but we didn't quit after the lawsuit happened. We quit when he decided that the poster was going to be in there one way or another, and we could take a hike if we wanted to. So we said, well, why don't we call it Jello Biafra and Dead Kennedys, since that's what it was becoming anyway at that point. In fact, East Bay Ray says the band decided to break up before Frankenchrist was even released, but also agreed to record a final album after this, which became Bedtime for Democracy. Ironic. And then we have the legal feud between Biafra and the rest of the group. In the late 90s, former Dead Kennedys members filed a lawsuit against Alternative Tentacles, which was the label owned by Biafra and East Bay Ray that released several DK albums in the 80s, as of course they wanted to go as independent as possible. When the details of the case were made public, it appeared that Biafra had intentionally tried to avoid paying royalties to members of Dead Kennedys. According to the Los Angeles Times, Biafra was eventually convicted of breach of contract and fraud and ordered to pay $220,000 US to the former members of the group in back royalties and damages. There was also dispute over creative control of some of the songs and who essentially wrote them. Many years later, East Bay Ray stated the following: Jello didn't bring in the songs. I know he's created the myth that he wrote them all, but the question here is that if he did, why didn't he ever do anything significant after leaving the band? Iggy left the Stooges and had a career. Ditto, Lou Reed and the Velvet Underground, or Morrissey with the Smiths. Where's Biafra's solo career with a bunch of great songs? The songs were written in numerous different ways. Cambodia started as a jam in a rehearsal studio. On top of this, Ray stated that Biafra was the reason a Dead Kennedys reunion never took place. It's not an issue for me or Klaus. It's Biafra that turns down any offers for us to do something. We don't have any problem. He got caught with his hands in the till and wants to blame us for getting caught. But he should never have put his hands in there in the first place. Whoever you choose to believe, the fact is, this bad blood was the absolute downfall of the Dead Kennedys. And it seemed that personal pride was far more important than political activism. Although Dead Kennedys were done and this classic era would never take the stage together again, Jello Biafra formed another project with Al Jourgensen of Ministry. Ministry, of course, is now well known and seen as pioneers of industrial music, with the debut record With Sympathy being released in 1983. Biafra and Jourgensen released their first EP together in 1989 called The Power of Lard, and the group's name would be Lard. Lard would only release 2 full studio-length albums, The Last Temptation of Reed in 1990.
Did the Dead Kennedys re-release their entire discography again without Jello Biafra's permission? mod armor. I didn't even know that. This game is a lot better than people give it credit for. No. Come on, I just did this. Did 8 minutes blast by? I guess they did, huh? Jesus Christ, just get me back in, you stupid piece of shit software developer. You and your fucking greed and your fucking problems. I hope you lose your company. Full blown, and I mean it too. The way you torture me with this stupid ass shit. Fucking idiots. Insufficient space in crate. What do you mean insufficient space in crate? That. Did I put something away that mattered? I don't think so. I already learned this? Oh, I didn't need it then. 10,000 asterisms, good. Get back to loading again with your piece of shit disconnects and your fucking problems. Goddamn piece of shit developer.
Blood was everywhere on that prison floor. Blood was everywhere on that prison floor. Blades still dripping while guards yelled through radios that nobody answered fast enough. It wasn't some Hollywood story with actors pretending to bang. This was real Oklahoma time, where farm boys stood up to one of the most feared white gangs in America. They broke rules nobody was supposed to break, and the fallout didn't stop at the gates. Houses burned, bullets flew, and the feds came heavy. But how it all started, that's where the story gets wild. Back in 1967, California's San Quentin prison was already one of the toughest yards in the country, and that place was ready to explode. On January 16th of that year, a group of black inmates connected to George Jackson and W.L. Nolan formed the Black Guerrilla Family, a militant prison gang built around black power and resistance. Their emergence set off shockwaves across the white inmate population who felt outnumbered and pressed on the yard. In response, some of the white inmates decided they needed an organized squad of their own, and that decision gave birth to the Aryan Brotherhood. The group started small, but their style of recruitment was different from other prison gangs of the time, because they weren't just taking any white inmate who wanted in. They demanded blood to be spilled before a man could call himself a member, and they enforced a code called blood in, blood out. Once you joined, there was only 2 exits, either death or a permanent stay in solitary. That kind of commitment kept the gang tight, and it scared the rest of the yard because these white boys were ready to die for the new brotherhood. The Aryan Brotherhood quickly carved out their place in the California system by pushing back against the Black Guerrilla Family and other rival groups, using knives, extortion, and alliances when necessary. They also wrapped themselves in white supremacist ideology, painting swastikas on their bodies and living by racist codes that made them different from other hustlers who only cared about money. For the Brotherhood,
born loser
being white wasn't just about color, it was about control, and they made sure every white inmate who stepped on the yard either rolled with them or risked getting handled. Over the next decade, the Brotherhood spread through other prisons in California and beyond, always using the same formula of violence, loyalty, and control. They quickly learned that drugs were the real currency inside, and the heroin trade gave them money, power, and influence with guards. By the late 1970s, the Aryan Brotherhood had their hands deep in the dope game, running operations that stretched from the cell blocks to the streets. When meth started to hit, they adjusted fast, and the name became feared across the system. Fast forward to the 1980s, and the Brotherhood wasn't just a prison gang anymore. They were a national organization with connections to bikers, cartel figures, and street dealers. Their reach went far outside those concrete walls, and their reputation was so savage that even hardened convicts hesitated before crossing them. That mindset of total domination followed them wherever they went, and eventually their playbook made its way into Oklahoma, a place that would become one of their strongest hubs outside California. In Oklahoma prisons, the Brotherhood established their own faction known as the Universal Aryan Brotherhood, or UAB for short. They were just as ruthless as the original, maybe worse, because they were operating in smaller rural towns where law enforcement resources were limited. The UAB used the same blood in, blood out code, the same racist ideology, and the same demand that every white inmate show allegiance or face brutal consequences. For a young white convict entering the Oklahoma system, the choice was stark. Either join the UAB or risk getting stabbed in the shower. One of the most notorious UAB figures was Mikael Bulldog Smith, a man described by prison officials as the most dangerous inmate in Oklahoma. Bulldog had a reputation for enforcing discipline with extreme violence, and even hardened gang members didn't want to cross him.
While I'm in between, I'm going to go get some food from the freezer. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to eat something. I'm going to stay up all night. I should charge my phone, too. Here we go. Oh, I won't need my phone, actually. Okay.
This is our opinion. Think like us or it's not cool.
They sang about political discourse, but their singer also tried to become mayor of...
What did you do? I wasn't even on this. How did you skip it, you stupid piece of shit? How? Now I've got to start over, because you suck dick.
Blood was everywhere on that prison floor.
I wasn't even sitting at the
Blood
goddamn
was everywhere.
keyboard, you motherfucking piece of shit. Cocksucker software developer and your fucking hardware macros and your problems. I hope you lose your business, you worthless piece of shit cocksucker software developers. I wasn't even sitting at the computer that time. What the fuck? you even doing, you stupid piece of shit cocksucker software developer? What are you doing? Jesus. I'm not even here and you're like scooting around on the video and shit. Look at this stupid piece of shit cocksucker software YouTube developer. Look at this stupid ass shit. Well, sometimes I wonder, is it going to just pop to my bank account, show you guys my credit card number or something? That's how incompetent these software developers are. Notice that, oh my god, just reload. Like, what are you on about, you stupid piece of shit? Reload. You see how bad they are? It's a fucking YouTube video. Why are you acting like it's fucking... What are you doing? Oh, my keyboard. I guess I
either join the UAB or risk it.
I guess I pressed my keyboard. I'm sorry.
Getting stabbed in the shower.
My bad.
That kind of commitment kept the gang tight, and its place was ready to explode. On January 16th of that year, a group of black inmates connected to George Jackson and W.L. Nolan formed the Black Guerrilla Family, a militant prison gang built around black power and resistance. Their emergence set off shockwaves across the white inmate population who felt outnumbered and pressed on the yard. In response, some of the white inmates decided they needed an organized squad of their own, and that decision gave birth to the Aryan Brotherhood. The group started small, but their style of recruitment was different from other prison gangs of the time, because they weren't just taking any white inmate who wanted in. They demanded blood to be spilled before a man could call himself a member, and they enforced a code called blood in, blood out. Once you joined, there was only 2 exits, either death or a permanent stay in solitary. That kind of commitment kept the gang tight, and it scared the rest of the yard because these white boys were ready to die for the new brotherhood. The Aryan Brotherhood quickly carved out their place in the California system by pushing back against the Black Guerrilla Family and other rival groups, using knives, extortion, and alliances when necessary. They also wrapped themselves in white supremacist ideology, painting swastikas on their bodies and living by racist codes that made them different from other hustlers who only cared about money. For the Brotherhood, being white wasn't just about color, it was about control, and they made sure every white inmate who stepped on the yard either rolled with them or risked getting handled. Over the next decade,
that's what happened to me when I came in. They like the Mexican and black and Native American and or whatever, like all the different gangs and stuff, all the different gangs, they fear the white man the most. So when you come into jail, and this happened to me once when I came into county, big dominant gangs, and I don't mean like dominant, but just they have numbers and stuff. They'll like do stuff like when I got there, the day I got there, the Mexican gang that was like in the bunks next to me, they were like, "Would you like to pray with us?" And I was like, "No." This really, really insulted them, really bad. And they were like, "What the fuck are you talking about, you weird white boy? What the fuck are you talking about? Come pray with us. Don't say no to us." And I was like, "I am going to say no to you. I'm leaving here in just a couple of days. I don't want to pray with you. I don't need any affiliation or friendship or anything like that. I don't want to pray with you. I'm going to be gone here in a couple of days. I'm an atheist." And they came back like 3 more times. They were like, "You're going to have to make a choice here. You need to pray with us or figure out if you're going to get right with God or what." And I was like, "No, I'm going to leave this prison in the next couple of days when I make bail and I never come back again because I have a false charge." And they kept, finally, after like 4 days of this, where I just kept saying the same thing over and over again, they were like, "You really believe that?" I was like, "Not only do I believe it, it's going to fucking happen. I'll put my life on it." And they were like, "You really believe it, don't you, white boy? Well, let's see you get your soul crushed and shit." They were like making fun of me and stuff. But no, 9 days later, I walked out. Those guys were in there for years. And it wasn't because I was white. It's because the fucking charge was false. I knew the whole time the charge was false. I was like, I did not assault somebody 7 years ago. I just didn't. It's not on camera. There's no, there's no proof of it. There's proof that the guy skinned his nose when he slid over the top of me, tackling me as I walked out of a Safeway. He was an in-store security officer. But I mean, like, they just filed the assault charge on me, and then I didn't deal with it for 6.5 years because I didn't know it was there. They didn't tell me that they filed the assault charge. That's how whack it was. So when I got there, I called my best friend, and I talked to him the next day, and he was like, yeah, I talked to a lawyer, and you really should not be in federal fucking prison right now for a shoplifting charge that got trumped up to an assault charge. I'm going to bail you out, but the lawyer feels very confident he can get this case dropped. And I was like, what? And he was like, yes, the lawyer feels very confident, and this is my old lawyer, I don't want to say his name, but he was a very wonderful man. And he was like, the lawyer feels confident he can get this case dropped, or I wouldn't be paying the $3,000 bail. And I was like, really? The lawyer actually gave you word, huh? And he was like, no, he didn't give me word. He was just like, I'm fairly certain I can get him off this. And they did. They got me off it. Kitty, get off my mouse. You can't sit on my mouse. It's not happening. Sorry. Hi, Kitty. You know I'm eating something, so you're like on me.
Hood spread through other prisons.
And so they wanted to know that I wasn't racist. Like the Mexican gang as they came in, it's kind of like the new soldier on the block. It's kind of like, I swear to God, jail is a lot like that game Bannerlord, with each and every guy that comes in the prison is considered to be numbers in some kind of gang. And so if you don't join their gang, they pressure and pressure and pressure you. And one of the more scarier things that ever happened to me is the Mexicans all came down on me, like 9 of them. They all came at once. And they're like, would you like to pray with us, white boy? And I was like, no. And I was kind of arrogant about it. I was like, no. And they were like, why? They thought it was because I was racist or Aryan or something like that. And I was like, because first of all, I'm atheist. Second of all, I'm facing a false charge. And third, I'll be posting bail here in a couple of days. And they were like, no, the only certainty is, they're like, you're certain of this? And I was like, yes, I'm certain of it. And they're like, we see that you're fairly certain of it, but the only certainty is God. And I'm like, that may be so, but I'm leaving this place in the next week or two. I was like, I don't belong with the orange shirts. I told them, I was like, I've never committed a felony. Not convicted anyways. I'm sorry. I've never been convicted of a felony. I told him, I was like, I've never been convicted of a felony. I didn't even know the charge existed until 2 days ago. That's what I told him. I was like, until a day ago. It was like a day. It was like 3 days. I spent like 2 days in city jail while they did my stupid court date. And then they moved me to county, and I didn't even know it was county that they moved me to. I had no idea what they were doing. I had not been in the system like that before. And I was like, what the fuck? Why am I being moved from city jail to county? And they didn't tell me I was being moved to county. They didn't warn me or tell me. They were just like, all right, get in this bus. And I was like, okay, I'm going to some other city jail, huh? And they were like, shut up. And I was like, okay. So then they take me to county, and then they give me these clothes and stuff, and I'm like, where am I? And they're like, Denver County Jail. And I was like, oh, I need to speak to the warden. And they were like, ha, that's what everybody says. And I was like, no, I'm not convicted of felony. I don't belong in Denver County Jail. And that scared them. They were like, what? And I was like, I did not commit a felony. I don't belong in Denver County Jail. And it took me like getting a chaplain to reach out to a fucking like a nurse or something. And the nurse got like one of their administrators, and the administrator actually looked at the fucking file, and they were like, yes, you actually have not been convicted of a felony. Why are you in Denver County Jail? And I was like, I don't know. And they're like, well, we're gonna let you out, but you have to go to a court date first. And I was like, how long is that gonna take? And they were like, well, you're not gonna like this, but like probably 5 weeks or something like that. I was like, 5 motherfucking weeks? Are you serious? And they were like, yeah, probably going to be 5 weeks. And I was like, but I don't deserve to be in jail. Wasn't convicted of a felony. And they're like, we understand this, but you still have to wait for a court date. And I was like, okay. So they were nice to me. They were like in the jail. They were like nice to me and stuff. They listened to me when I talked to them. But then eventually, like 13 days in, I was just like, you got to bail me out of here before something bad happens, like a rape, or they jump me in, or or something bad happens because I don't belong here. And my best friend was like, I don't have $3,000 for this. And I was like, that's okay, I understand. Well, you know, I love you, dude. Have a nice day. I don't know what else to do. But he comes, you know, I call him back the next day just to see if there was anything else. You know, I was like, is there anything else? There might be a while before we talk again. And he was like, yeah, I called the lawyer and I had him look into it. And yeah, it turns out that, yeah, your case, it's actually a joke. And he feels very confident he can get it dropped. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, or I wouldn't be doing this. I went and I borrowed some money, and I'm going to bail you out. Now, I've never paid him for that money. I still owe him like $11,000, and part of that was that $3,000 bail. But I mean, I have not had a job or money since then. It's been a fuck move since. I've had jobs and money since then, but not the kind of money that I could have given him anything. The only money that I ever got, I spent on re-ups, trying to get out of the problem entirely. And so now I'm unhappy. I'm like kind of unhappy with that whole situation, like going to jail for no reason and stuff. I was saying stuff when I went in there. I was like, I will burn this prison down if you don't let me out of here. They were like, what the fuck? And I was like, I will burn this prison down. I'll burn it down from the inside. I will scream so loud the entire world hears that you falsely imprisoned me here in this fucking prison. And they were like, what? And I was like, yes, you falsely imprisoned me here in this fucking prison. I have not been convicted of a fucking felony. Show me the conviction, bitch. And they're like, wow, you don't have a conviction. And I'm like, yes, I don't have a fucking conviction. I'm fairly sure I'd know if I had a felony conviction. I don't, motherfucker. And they're like, and I was like, I'm fairly sure Denver County is for people with federal convictions, right? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, get me the fuck out of this prison now before I fucking tear you down from the outside. I'll yell so loud every fucking media outlet in this fucking planet understands that you're falsely imprisoning me. And they're like, we're going to get you out. We're going to get you out. Like, they did have me talk to the warden. They're like, we're going to get you out of here. But we don't know what happened. And it turned out the fucking Safeway filed a fucking assault charge and never even followed it up. They just filed it. And so then I didn't deal with any charge, and there was a warrant out for my arrest for 6.5 years, but I didn't break any laws, or I broke laws, but I didn't get caught. I didn't get caught or see a cop for 6.5 years. So I'm moving a mattress one day with my friend in the alley, just a block from where I lived. And this cop comes down the alley and he's like, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're moving a mattress in. And he's like, oh, you guys have a nice day. Can I see your ID? And then he changed his mind. He was like, can I see your IDs? And I was like, oh yeah, sure, here you go. And I hand my friend Elle and I, we hand him IDs and stuff. And he's like, oh yeah, you guys have a nice day and stuff. And so then we're moving the mattress in, and after we get the mattress in the house, I'm soaking wet in hot sweat and shit, and I'm stinking, and I'm unhappy because we just had to move a queen mattress, and it was a bitch to get it down those fucking stairs. It sucked. And it turns out the cop was sitting in the alley in the entire 10 minutes running my fucking name and couldn't understand what he was seeing. He was like, is he guilty of an assault charge or not? You know, the cop who pulled me in, he was like, he comes back to the fucking alley as we're going back out to drive the truck away, to park the truck and stuff. And he was like, Mr. Blah, Mr. Blah. And that was my last name. He said, Mr. Blah, Mr. Blah. And I was like, oh yes, hello, sir. And there was this moment where I was like, I could slip out the front right here. And he handed my ID back to me. And I could just say that by all rights, I had no idea he was back after me. But something about it, I wanted it resolved. And I was like, something's wrong. And I was like, yes, can I help you? And he was yelling at me over the back of the fence, you have a warrant for your arrest. And I was like, no, I don't. And he was like, yes, you do. And I was like, no, I don't. And he was like, you have a warrant for your arrest from 6.5 years ago for assault. And I was like, no, I don't. And he was like, yes, you do. And I was like, no, I don't. No, I don't. And then it became a whole no, I don't thing for like 3 days. They were like, yes, you do. And I was like, no, I don't. I've not been convicted of a fucking felony. Don't try and say I did, or I'll burn your fucking prison down from the outside. I'll bring in every media outlet from the whole planet and let them understand that you're falsely imprisoning me in Denver County. And I mean this. And I said it to their face like that. And I was like, I have friends who really love me. They will do stuff like call the media for me. You better fucking watch it. You better fucking figure it out fast. And so they got back to me, and like, it was like 2 hours and 10 minutes or something. And they called me back out of the federal, like not the thing, but the big room where there's like, 60 dudes in there, and they're all watching television and shit, and there's all these cots and stuff. And they pulled me out of the big room like 2.5 hours after I made my big stink to the fucking prison chaplain, who went to the administrator, brought me to the doctor. The doctor got the warden. The warden was like, you don't belong here. And I was like, I don't belong here. I'm not ever been convicted of a fucking felony. Are you throwing me in with rapists and murderers when I've only committed a shoplift shoplifting charge. And that's what I made. That was the allegation I made. I was like, I believe I had a shoplifting charge, yeah. And he was like, yeah, it's a shoplifting charge with assault. And I was like, no, I've never heard of an assault charge. And he was like, what? And I was like, nobody ever told me I had an assault charge. And he was like, it's weird. 6.5 years did go by. And I was like, yeah, because nobody told me I had an assault charge. And he was like, we got to figure this out. And I was like, yes, we do. And he was like, we got to get you in front of a judge. And I was like, yes, you do. And he was, and I was like, how long is that going to take? And he was like, well, with the way it's going right now, I got to be honest with you, it might be some weeks. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, it's going to be some weeks before we can get you in front of a judge. We're completely packed. And then, and the court date's going to take a long time before they get to you. I'm telling you right now. And I was like, you're just going to keep me in prison until you finally put me in front of a judge so the judge can tell you that I'm not a felon? And he was like, yeah, that's exactly the case. And I was like, what else can I do? If you do this to me, I'm going to destroy your prison and I'm going to destroy the Denver County's system. And he was, I warned him. I was like, this is wrongful arrest. You will lose your prison over this. I'm dead serious about this. I was like, what else can I do? And he was like, you can always post bail. He was like, I can't help you. I would help you if I could. But he was like, you can always post bail. That's what they all do. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, if there's some kind of false charge, usually the guy just posts bail and then waits for his court date. And I was like, oh, okay, that's what I'll do. And they were like, okay, well, and I was like, can you help me lower the bail? And he was like, I'll look into it. But the next day, no, there was no word or nothing. The guy didn't come back to me or talk to me ever again. I never saw him ever again. No, he was going to help me with the fucking bail. He was just going to wait and sit me in prison for 5 weeks just to tell me that they fucked up. And that's why stuff like that. Ugh. I didn't break the law again for a long time, like another 7 years or something, and then I relapsed and I started breaking the law again. But it was a long time. I went like fucking 17 years or something without breaking the law after that because I was like so paranoid that they were just gonna throw me on like in Denver prison. Like there was this scene in fucking what's it called? Idiocracy, remember? Where he's like, you got to be a particular individual in jail, and Not Sure is like, no, I've never been convicted of a crime. I'm a time traveler. You can't convict me of a crime. I haven't done anything. And he was like, I don't belong here and all this. And they're like, no, you do have to be a particular individual in jail, which is how stupid my situation was. It was so goddamn dumb. And so then at the end of like 13 days, my best friend was just like, this madness has to stop. I just posted the bail. And I was like, oh, thank God. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. And he was like, it's okay. I believe in actually stopping these assholes when they've done something really wrong like this. And I was like, so do I. Thank you. But it was terrible. It was entirely terrible. It was unwarranted. It was a violation of my civil liberties and rights and stuff. Terrible stuff could have happened in there. Like I could have been raped or something. There's a lot of terrible stuff that could have happened, and I do struggle a lot with like forgiving them for the way that they acted, the way they treated me. I've been like, that time, and that's not the only time. There's been like six other times where they file false assault charges and drop them because they're because District 3 in Denver is fucking corrupt. Fucking what's it called? The Arapahoe County is fucking corrupt. They're fucking corrupt. You should see the Golden County courthouse. It's lined in gold because they fuck people for hundreds of millions of dollars out there. They like fuck rich people out of their $500 speeding tickets and stuff. And the Golden County courthouse, which represents Arapahoe County, which is one of the scariest counties in the fucking world. I swear to God, that's where the Colorado Supermax is. You think I'm joking, but no, I'm not. You think I'm just being my usual hyperbolic, like exaggerational self. But no, literally down the street from Denver County, or not from Denver County. Let me think about that. No, that's up at 40th and something, up there east. But no, but in the same county though, in the same Arapahoe County is the Colorado Supermax, which is like the greatest like lockdown prison in the world almost, and that's that same county. How did they get that much money for Supermax? They fucked rich people and people like me with false charges the last like 75 years, and in Denver. If you hear D-Town, you're fucked. If you're going up Shit Creek to Denver County, you're fucked in the ass. Your life's over. But I mean, if you're going up Shit Creek in Arapahoe County, your life's forfeit. Like Arapahoe County is a whole different fucking railroad, full of corruption and fucked up shit. And like Denver was its own thing, and I saw both sides, and I swear to God, Arapahoe's the one with their finger on the scale for little things, and they scare me so much more than Denver, and I dealt with both of them. I dealt with all of them. They're so fucking stupid. I dealt with Aurora too. One time I was driving, oh God, I think it was like 97 and a 55, and they tried to bust me for reckless driving. And I was like, no, it's a fucking speeding ticket. It's 3:15 in the morning on I-25 out here in Arapahoe County. And yeah, I was going 43 over. Give me a fucking speeding ticket. And he was like, no, this is reckless driving. And I was like, they're going to take my license away if you do that. You know, it's 3:05 in the morning and I'm trying to get home and it's hot. It's the summer, like August 6th or something like that. And I was like, I'm trying to get home, motherfucker. That's the only reason I was speeding that fast. It's the highway and there was no one on the highway. So I was like, well, there's no lights in sight. So I'm just going to go faster because there's no one to crash into, you know? And he was like, well, it's reckless endangerment. And I was like, no, it's a speeding ticket on a highway where most people drive 78. Most people drive 78. I was going 97. That's 20 over in my book. And he was like, and I argue with him and I argue with the judge and they dropped that shit too. They constantly drop charges against me because they have their finger on the fucking scale. And when I get to threatening them and shit like this, they stop because it's like, nah, motherfucker. Like I was not reckless endangering anybody, and because I'll go up in front of a judge or whatever, and I'll be like, I swear to God and my father's grade and you that there was not any headlights in sight till I saw the cherries. And that's why I was going so fast. That's what I said in the courtroom. I was like, this is not reckless endangerment. There was not a fucking headlight in sight of me and going in either direction, north or south. And I was like, oh my, I told the judge the story. I was like, you know, you would do it too. If you saw the whole open highway for the first time, basically in your whole life in the deep dead of the summer on like August 10th at 4:05 in the morning or whatever, you might speed too. Because you're like, oh my God, the traffic's been so bad all of my goddamn life, like LA, that when I see an empty highway, I have to go fast. And the judge accepted this and was like, no, I'm going to give you a really egregious speeding ticket. But he was like, you have to pay the original speeding ticket. You have to pay the ticket that you didn't pay. It's now higher and it's up at like $1,000 because you avoided the charge and all this. And I was like, goddamn right, I avoided the charge. You were going to take my license away. I knew what you were going to do, weren't you? You were going to take my license away, weren't you? I lectured him. I was like, you were going to take my license away, weren't you, for this speeding ticket? And he was like, it's a reckless endangerment. That's what the police officer maintains. And I was like, no, there wasn't a fucking headlight in either direction. It was the only time I've ever seen the highway that open, which is why I went 40 miles over an hour. You know, I was like, when you see an open highway with no lights, you're like, oh my God, I am definitely going at least 30 miles an hour faster. You know, it just sucks, but it is like that. And the judge was like, yeah, I've heard stories like this before. And I was like, yeah, there wasn't a headlight in either direction. You want to say reckless driving? To who, me? Yeah, the worst risk would have been a median. There was no other drivers out there on that road. And I'm looking him in the eyes, being like, no, look me in the eyes here. This isn't some fucking lie. There's no one else on the fucking road. You know, it was not a reckless endangerment. That would require some other humans to be around. The only other human around was the guy who came on the on-ramp and saw me speeding by, the cop. You know, that's it. And they were like, yeah, I think this is a speeding ticket. And I was like, reckless endangerment implies that you endanger somebody. The only person I endangered was me. And they were like, yeah, the cop maintains that there actually was nobody on the road. And I was like, yeah, I mean, there wasn't, you know.
California.
I had to get the fucking cop to basically like get me out of it. It was so stupid. And so on top of this, right, they inform me that I have a $730 ticket to fucking Cherry Hills, which is another county up there by Aurora that fucking has their finger on the fucking scales of justice. And they were like, oh, you got a speeding ticket like a year and a half ago and you didn't pay it. And I was like, yeah, because you said it was reckless endangerment. I knew you were going to take my license away, so I just didn't come to court. Because I don't come to court for fucking trumped up reckless charges. They pull my file and they see that Denver has dropped 6 charges on me, and they see that I've got like a history of this of other counties dropping charges against me that were false, and they see that I'm not joking when I start talking about it. I was like, you aren't the first one to try to put your finger on the fucking scale, motherfucker. I've seen it so many times in my life. Fuck you, fucking assholes. And I'll say that shit in the court too. I won't say fuck you assholes, but I'll say all the rest of it. I was like, you'd be surprised how many times counties in this state have tried to do this to me, and they're like, yeah, we can see your file.
Beyond.
You know, it's not, it's not some joke, you know.
Always using the
So I
same.
came up in that prison, and I would have prayed with them. I would have prayed with those Mexicans and taken their help. They offered me help. They were like, "You're either going to get stomped by the Aryans or taken in by somebody else, some kind of cartel or crazy thing here, some gang." They were like, "You've got three choices. You can pray with the Mexicans the day you come in." That's what the guy told me when I came in. He was like, "You got three choices. You can pray with the Mexicans with the first day that you come in, and we're gonna help support you. You're just a dumb white boy who's poor and young and just got lost. We can see that, so we want to help you." And I was like, "I don't need it. I'm going to be out of here in the next couple of days. I have a false charge." And they're like, "You really believe that?" And I'm like, "Certainly do. This is the first time I've heard of this in 7 years. I haven't even got a charge in 7 years." And they look at me in the eyes, and I'm like, "I'm not lying, motherfuckers. I haven't got a charge in 7 years. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Whatever they're talking about, I'm past the statute." And I was past the statute almost. I wasn't totally. Well, yeah. By the time that court date came around, I was past the statute on the fucking crime they were trying to prosecute me on, which is just fucking crazy. You know, that's like, why did you guys fuck my life over like that? And throw me in Denver County for 2 whole weeks. For what? A fucking shoplifting charge? You're lucky I didn't kill your fucking ass. I don't like joking like that, but you're like whoever the judge was on that case. Like you're lucky that my friend was nice enough to pay my fucking bail. If I got stuck in there for 5 weeks just so you tell me that you're dropping the charge, I would have waged war against the county of Denver. That's how fucking fucked up it is when they have their fingers on the scales. That's how fucked up it was when they killed Renee Nicole Good. Like, you know, that shit is like, you know what that is? It's ICE agents with their fucking fat ass fingers on the fucking scales, just like all the judges and the cops. It's fucking stupid.
Loyalty and control.
Yeah, so like I went up in the prison and I was like, nah, my strategy is sound. I didn't commit the crime. And they're like, you know, every dumb white boy that comes in here says that. And we all know they're a liar within 12 hours. And that's exactly verbatim what they said to me. They were like, "Why are you lying to us?" And I was like, "I'm not lying to you, motherfucker. I actually did not commit this crime." And they're like, "You really believe that?" They kept saying, "You really believe it, don't you?" And I was like, "Yeah." Like 9 days later, they were like, "You really believe that you're going to get out of here, don't you?" And I was like, "Yeah, like Shawshank, bitch. I'm a step. And when I do, you'll understand." And then I did. I stepped. They're like, "I can't believe Whitey's walking." And I was like, "I don't know, man. False charge. It happens once in a while. Happened to me 7 times. I don't know why. It's like somebody in the system was gunning for me. Maybe they were."
Looks with a real currency.
I've never been the type of like the Whitey Bulger type to actually cause people to come after me. If they did, they were fucking nutballs who just cracked and decided for some reason to fixate on me, like my stream sniper or whatever. But like, but it's weird. Like, so when you haven't done anything, you'd be surprised how really righteous that'll make you feel. You're like, "Well, but I didn't commit an assault charge." Like, you can look the judge in the eyes, and I did it too. I was like, "I've never struck a human being in anger, and I'll fucking fuck anybody. I'll argue and fight with anybody who says I did." I'll look at the judge in the eyes, right in the eyes, and I'm like, "Sir, I have never struck a human being in anger. You see it in my fucking eyes. I'm not lying to you. You know what I'm saying? I've never struck a human being in fucking anger." And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've never struck a human being in anger. This is the first I've heard of this assault charge." That was the first assault charge. They went back and they filed 5 more from 3 other different fucking counties. It dropped all of them. Fucking all of them. Fucking so dumb. You would think that they would stick one if I was actually harming somebody. But no, they had to drop all goddamn 7 charges or whatever it is. And I got a lifelong resentment for them.
And trade gave them money.
Fucking so stupid. There was the one with my friend Music. She dropped it. Like, fucking, she was just like, "I'm sorry I did this to you." She just dropped it. She was like, "No, I was angry that 1 minute, so I called 911. And I was like, "I get it. But all I did was bump you out the back door with my belly. I didn't even put my hands on you." And she was like, "That is true." And I was like, "Yeah." And that one was dropped. There was the one from the false Safeway where they trumped up the charge to protect themselves from me suing them for an assault charge. There was the burglary, trespassing, break-in. They dropped that one because the guy broke my ribs. You know what I'm saying? They dropped it's just crazy. Like there's other stories I can't tell. It's so fucking stupid. There was one they dropped.
An influence with guards.
So fucking dumb. Like I didn't even have to go to court. They were just like, "No, this isn't a real charge."
By the late 1970s, the Aryan Brotherhood.
Fucking so dumb. can't stand pigs. Like, you shouldn't have crossed me like that. When I went to jail for 13 days, I was standing in an alley. I hadn't committed a crime. It had been 6.5 years since I'd even spoken to a police officer. And you rolled me and stuck me in goddamn Denver County for 13 days. Man, that's long enough for most people. But I was, God or whatever was on my side, whatever you want to believe in or whatever. I don't want to pray with the Mexicans, but I did believe that, I didn't actually commit an assault charge because I didn't,
But had their hands
It's crazy when you actually didn't do it and they don't have evidence of it, They don't have it. Like what I did have, and I don't have it anymore. I don't have the VHS tape anymore, but I did keep it for like future reference for like another 15 years and shit. And then, and I threw it away when I was like 38, I think. But yeah, I kept that VHS tape as protection if they ever came back, because I did have the VHS tape from the fucking. I had my lawyer pull the VHS tape, and I showed it to the judge in the fucking courtroom. I was like, I had my lawyer show it to him. I was like, here was that day. I started laughing in the courtroom, and they're like, what? And they're like, why are you laughing? And I'm like, well, just here's that day. And they see me get cold cocked tackled from behind by this linebacker type dude who's really aggro to hurt me and shit. No warning, no call, no I'm tackling you, come back, or sir, you are stealing and I'm about to tackle you. I'm in-store security freeze or nothing like this. No warning at all. He just full-blown quarterback charge or whatever. Linebacker charges me and fucking takes me down from behind with no warning or whatever. He knocks the air out of me, breaks my left fucking shoulder, and smears me all down the ground. And he goes sliding down over my back and he scrapes his nose on the concrete. And that was his fault. I had no warning he was coming. He scraped his own nose. We all know it and stuff. And I was like, if I had to, I'll subpoena the fucking store security and shit. But we have the videotape. And my lawyer was like, yeah, the videotape is why we took this case. We can see that you did not assault this guy. And I was like, yeah, I mean, it's very fucking clear. It's clear as day. One of the funny things is I fell on a 2-liter bottle of milk. And it is just, it really made it pretty believable that I had no idea that the guy was even coming. And then when I was trying to get up off the ground, I couldn't. And they had to call 911 because I had a broken shoulder. That was all on the tape too. They had to bring me into the fucking thing in a stretcher. They had to bring me to the Safeway security hut in a stretcher, and then they fucking chained me to the stretcher and they wheeled me out on the stretcher. One of the most mortifying moments of my life, right out in front of the check stands in front of 50 fucking people, because I stole $20 worth of food when I was starving on the fucking streets. They ran me out in a stretcher with a broken shoulder in front of all these people in the Safeway. It was so fucking stupid. I was begging them not to because I knew the ambulance ride was going to cost me money. And that's the stupid ass shit that these sort of people do. So prison culture, if you're righteous, you'll probably be fine. I was fine. If you're actually righteous, like if you didn't do anything wrong, you'll probably be fine. Like Andy Dufresne. If you did something, you're fucked, Plenty of times I went up for things that I was like, yeah, I did do, Plenty of times, like 28 times, like, yeah, I admitted it. I was like, yes, I did do. I'm taking a lesser charge, and yes, I did do. But that one, and all of the assault charges, I fought bitterly, like tooth and nail, because I was like, no, I've never actually struck a human being in anger. You guys keep seeming to add like that I accidentally hurt somebody or something like this, but it's like, no, it's more like I have never actually harmed a living thing. It's like, no, even when I bumped her out out the back door, she fell on her skinny little butt. It was like a foot, and she went like woof woof, and she fell on her butt, and she was so embarrassed by it she just called 911. But it was like not even like I hurt her, I bumped her, with my belly. I bumped her, and that was it. And she fell back on her butt because she wasn't expecting it, and because she was so mortified and embarrassed. I watched the blush and the red run up her fucking face and shit, because I started laughing. I was like, I'm sorry, and I slammed the door shut and locked it in her face. She got so mad she called 911. She filed the assault charge and showed up the next day and told me she was dropping it, which was fucking crazy. And then I was like, well, I just went through fucking Denver City Jail for fucking like 36 hours. And I appreciate that you're dropping this fucking charge, but why the fuck did you file the charge in the first fucking place, you dumb B word? That's what I said to her. I don't use that word very freely.
That stretch from the cell.
We never did speak ever again after that too, We were so close I was going to hunt the police officer who raped her. But after that, when she filed the assault charge, I was like, nah, fuck you. Let the streets have you then. You know, I was trying to get her off the streets, you know? But no. False assault charge. Fucking so dumb. Cheese on the it's the lasagna. Not all lasagna now. Oop. I'm going to get some milk. Gonna play some more Starfield, but first I'm gonna eat while I charge my headphones. Oh, I already did charge my headphones here. They should be full charged, which is good. Oh, my phone did not end up charging. And I will play some more Starfield afterwards. I just need some blood sugar. Yeah.
Blocks to the street. Yay, full charged. When meth started to hit, they adjusted fast, and the name became feared across the system. Fast forward to the 1980s, and the Brotherhood wasn't just a prison gang anymore. They were a national organization with connections to bikers, cartel figures, and street dealers. National organization with connections to bikers, cartel figures, and street dealers. Their reach went far outside those concrete walls, and their reputation was so savage that even hardened convicts hesitated before crossing them. That mindset of total domination followed them wherever they went, and eventually their playbook made its way into Oklahoma, a place that would become one of their strongest hubs outside California. In Oklahoma prisons, the Brotherhood established their own faction known as the Universal Aryan Brotherhood, or UAB for short. They were just as ruthless as the original, maybe worse, because they were operating in smaller rural towns where law enforcement resources were limited. The UAB used the same blood in, blood out code, the same racist ideology, and the same demand that every white inmate show allegiance or face brutal consequences. For a young white convict entering the Oklahoma system, the choice was stark. Either join the UAB or risk getting stabbed in the shower. One of the most notorious UAB figures was Mikael Bulldog Smith, a man
Denver County's no different. Fucking probably worse, honestly. Bigger. And like, you know, I like that they offered to let me pray. I feel sad that I said no to them, but I was like, I don't need help, you know.
Described by prison officials as the most dangerous inmate in Oklahoma. Bulldog had a reputation for enforcing discipline with extreme violence, and even hardened gang members didn't want to cross him. For enforcing discipline with extreme violence, and even hardened gang members didn't want to cross him. Under leaders like Bulldog, the UAB became a terror not just in prisons, but also in small Oklahoma towns where their influence spread through drugs and intimidation. They had outside soldiers running meth labs and trafficking routes, while the leaders inside pulled strings using contraband cell phones. The UAB's grip tightened through fear in business, with meth becoming their primary product both behind bars and out in the countryside. Meth was cheap to produce, highly addictive and extremely profitable, and it gave the UAB steady revenue streams to keep their organization alive. They taxed dealers, moved product through girlfriends and wives, and used violence to keep everyone in line. By the 2000s, investigators were saying the UAB wasn't just a prison gang anymore. They were running a criminal syndicate with deep control in Oklahoma. What made them even more dangerous was the way they played politics inside the yard.
Yeah, if they're fucking Nazis, why did they look like fucking like South Central gang members?
If you were white and refused to fall in line, you became a target. Because in their eyes, every white inmate had to show unity. The UAB wasn't giving out passes, and even small-time hustlers had to pay tribute or risk retaliation. That's why law enforcement and corrections officers called them one of the most organized and ruthless groups in the state. They weren't just fighting rivals, they were dominating their own people too, making sure no white inmate could operate without their permission. Their rules were simple, but brutal. No snitching, no cowardice, and no leaving the gang alive. Violating those codes could get you stabbed, strangled, or disappeared. Violating those codes could get you stabbed, strangled, or disappeared. That code of silence made it almost impossible for investigators to crack their cases, because witnesses rarely lived long enough or dared to testify. Families of victims were often too scared to speak out, and even guards whispered about the UAB's power in hushed tones. It was like a shadow government inside the prisons, and the reach of that power extended out into rural Oklahoma, like tentacles. The UAB didn't just survive by being brutal, they thrived because they built an economy around meth that touched nearly every county in the state. They had connections with Mexican suppliers, biker gangs, and local cooks who churned out pounds of product from barns and trailers. Their people on the outside dropped off cash, wired money, and handled drug runs, all while...
When I was a dealer in Denver, I was constantly aware that these guys were all around me, and I was completely functioning, completely undetected under their nose. If any of them had ever known I'd existed, my entire thing would have ended.
The leaders stayed locked up behind walls, but still called the shots. I dealt with
internet people.
It was a machine that kept grinding, and it felt unstoppable. By the time the farm boys of Oklahoma stepped up to challenge them, the Universal Aryan Brotherhood had already built a legend of fear that stretched from cell blocks to back roads. They weren't used to anybody saying no, especially not other white boys from the same towns they controlled. The very idea that someone would reject their supremacy and carve their own path was an insult. And that insult was enough to light the fuse for a war that would leave bodies piled on both sides. By the 1990s, Oklahoma prisons were crowded with white inmates who didn't all want the Brotherhood's leash. These dudes were from places like Seminole, Wewoka, Shawnee, and small towns scattered across the countryside. Yep. Many of them were working-class farm boys who landed in prison on drug charges. They didn't care about politics or swastikas. They cared about survival and their own freedom.
No, they were the customers. Yeah, they're like the customers, and they're in there because of the meth that these dealers sold them. And then the dealers just step on them when they come in prison. They just pressure them.
The Aryan Brotherhood demanded every white convict in Oklahoma prisons bend the knee and fall in line. Some did, because saying no meant catching a blade in the yard showers. But there were others who didn't buy into racist ideology and refused to serve supremacist leaders. Those holdouts started linking together, building an identity separate from the Aryan shot callers. That loose identity hardened into something real, and eventually it became known as the Irish Mob of Oklahoma. They weren't Irish immigrants with East Coast roots, they were local white boys fighting against a racist gang. The name gave them swagger and culture, something to stand on against the Universal Aryan Brotherhood, and their numbers grew steadily as more inmates refused to live under Aryan Brotherhood control. Law enforcement later said the Irish mob formed precisely because those white inmates wanted independence. Tulsa Police Gang Unit's Sergeant Sean Larkin explained it clearly during interviews with Oklahoma reporters. He said the Irish mob rejected supremacist views and chose business over ideology, which made them dangerous to the Aryan network. They weren't about brotherhood politics, they were about hustling drugs, making money, and staying alive. Inside those prisons, the Irish mob quickly became known for backing each other with real loyalty. They fought in groups, moved contraband, and refused to pay taxes to Aryan enforcers. That defiance meant bloody skirmishes in cell blocks, sometimes with knives, sometimes with fists, sometimes with boiling water. The Irish mob proved they weren't scared to throw down when pressed by stronger numbers. Outside the walls, their structure carried into towns across Oklahoma, with members running meth distribution lines. They worked from motels in Tulsa, trailer parks in rural counties, and safe houses in Oklahoma City. Unlike the Aryan Brotherhood, they didn't mind cutting deals with black or Hispanic gangs. If it made business sense, the Irish mob was down to move product with anyone. That pragmatism gave them opportunities, especially in Oklahoma, where drug networks crossed racial lines every day. They found allies in Hispanic traffickers who supplied meth and sometimes linked with black dealers running crack cocaine. While the Aryan Brotherhood saw that as betrayal, the Irish mob saw it as smart hustling. It kept their money flowing and their reputation growing inside and outside of prison. By the mid-1990s, reports already tied the Irish mob to violent crimes in Tulsa and Muskogee. Police noted that their members rotated between motels, never staying in one spot for too long. That made it harder to track them down, and it gave them a ghost-like presence on the streets. Authorities estimated maybe only a few dozen active members, but their violence gave them outsized fear. One thing that really set the Irish mob apart was the role of women in the gang. While the Aryan Brotherhood only used featherwoods for smuggling or backdooring rivals, the Irish mob treated women as equals. Female members were fully active, holding rank, enforcing rules, and putting in work without hesitation.
Yeah.
That gave the gang a different vibe, and women inside it became known for extreme loyalty. There was a notorious incident at an Oklahoma women's prison where female Irish mob members cut off tattoos. They hacked another inmate's ink with blades because they believed she was a snitch. That moment sent a chilling message across the system, showing that even the women were ruthless. They didn't tolerate betrayal, and their violence added to the mob's growing reputation for savagery. On the streets, Irish mob women were also heavily involved in drug trafficking and setting up enemies. They used beauty and trust to lure rivals, then handed them over to their male counterparts. Law enforcement officers said some female members were even more aggressive than the men at times. Their involvement made the gang flexible, unpredictable, and even harder to contain from outside pressure. The Irish mob's image as farm boys wasn't just talk. Many members came straight from rural roots. They grew up in towns with dirt roads, farming equipment, and oil fields dominating the landscape. That country toughness translated into prison life, where fights and hustles felt like survival, not ambition. Guards and inmates alike said these boys were cut from a different cloth, fearless and stubborn. Early skirmishes between the Irish mob and Aryan Brotherhood became part of prison legend in Oklahoma. Stories circulated about knife fights in day rooms, beatdowns in showers, and long-running grudges spilling into yards. Even though the Irish mob lacked the Aryan numbers, they earned respect for never folding. Their defiance built morale, and every win against Aryans gave them stronger credibility with other inmates. By the late 1990s, law enforcement knew they weren't just another prison crew passing through. Reports showed the Irish mob tied to 4 or 5 murders in Tulsa during that time. Their presence was small but loud, with police noting how quickly their violence escalated when pressed. It was becoming clear they were carving out their own place in Oklahoma's criminal map. The Irish mob developed a culture that made them distinct from the Aryan Brotherhood at every level. Where the Brotherhood demanded submission to ideology, the mob demanded loyalty to the group and the grind. Where the Brotherhood silenced women to background roles, the mob gave women full membership and power. Where the Brotherhood refused alliances across racial lines, the mob made deals to stay alive and profitable. That culture meant the Irish mob grew in confidence and independence, and their reputation inside prison spread. Every new white inmate who arrived in Oklahoma prisons now had a choice between submission or resistance. And more, those who didn't want to bow to supremacists found themselves drawn to the mob. That was the start of a rivalry that would explode into Oklahoma's bloodiest prison clash. By the 2000s, Oklahoma prisons had turned into pressure cookers where gangs ran the daily routine. Inside those walls, contraband cell phones and meth were as common as cigarettes once had been. Corrections officers constantly reported shortages of staff while gangs filled the gaps with their own order. That meant rackets for drugs, extortion, and gambling were dominated by whichever gang had muscle. The Universal Aryan Brotherhood had the muscle, at least on paper, because they demanded loyalty from all whites. They treated the prison system like territory, claiming whole pods and forcing newcomers to swear allegiance. For decades, that control went unchecked, because anyone who tried to refuse quickly got hurt. Their entire system relied on fear, and most whites chose safety over defiance. The Irish mob refused to play that game, which made every yard more dangerous than the last. They didn't check in with Aryan shot callers, and they didn't pay Aryan taxes. They openly said no when told to bend, which was like spitting in a soldier's face. In Oklahoma prisons, that defiance wasn't just risky, it was a declaration of war. Contraband was the currency of power, and meth became the crown jewel everyone wanted to control. Irish mob members smuggled drugs through girlfriends, wives, and associates visiting from outside towns like Tulsa and Wewoka. The Universal Aryan Brotherhood moved their own shipments, often using biker allies and Mexican contacts tied to the meth trade. Both sides knew whoever controlled meth controlled the pod, the block, and the prison economy. By 2014, investigators noted Irish mob members were refusing Aryan Brotherhood rules in Cimarron Correctional Facility. Cimarron was a medium-security prison in Cushing, Oklahoma, operated by a private company named CoreCivic. The place had a reputation for being violent, with stabbings and fights a regular part of the calendar. When two gangs both wanted control of the same territory, trouble became inevitable. Prisoners later told investigators the tension was visible, even if officers pretended not to see it. Shanks were being made from scrap metal, filed down from beds, and hidden under chairs or inside vents. Both groups were quietly stockpiling blades, expecting the day to come when they would need them. The Irish mob's numbers were smaller, but their reputation for reckless fighting made them unpredictable. The Universal Aryan Brotherhood wanted the Irish mob under their thumb, but that wasn't happening in Cimarron. Every time a new white inmate arrived, Irish mob recruiters were there to pull them aside. They told them, "You don't need swastikas to survive here, you just need loyalty and heart." That pitch worked on plenty of young men who didn't like the Brotherhood's politics. Guards noticed the separation on the yard, with Aryans congregating together while Irish mob stayed tight in smaller clusters. They weren't blending together during meals, and they weren't mingling during rec time either. The divide was obvious, and every inmate knew something was coming sooner or later. Nobody wanted to say it out loud, but the pod was primed for blood. On September 12th, 2015, the signs were already flashing hours before the riot actually exploded. Black inmates affiliated with the Bloods approached Officer Terrence Lockett, the lone guard posted in Charlie North Unit. They told him they wanted to be locked in their cells early, which was unusual behavior. Most inmates preferred being out in the day room where they had freedom of movement. Lockett noticed that all the black prisoners had suddenly moved upstairs to the upper tier of the unit. Downstairs, only white inmates remained, which felt like an unnatural segregation compared to normal days. According to later testimony, a bloodshot caller whispered to Lockett that he should stay upstairs. That was a quiet warning that something ugly was about to go down below. Lockett did what any officer would do. He radioed supervisors to report unusual movement in his unit. He told them he felt tension and believed a fight might be brewing between groups of whites. Instead of sending immediate backup, his supervisors dismissed the warning and told him to call again if something happened. That failure to act left him alone in a unit filled with armed gang members. Rumors had already been spreading among inmates that the Irish mob was planning something soon. They didn't want to keep paying tribute, and they were ready to send a bloody message. The Aryan Brotherhood had their own weapons ready, prepared to enforce their supremacy with steel. Both sides knew the standoff couldn't drag on forever without somebody making the first move. Hours before the violence, some inmates described a strange quiet settling across the pod. The television was still on, but fewer people laughed or shouted compared to usual nights. Conversations dropped into whispers, and eyes stayed locked on rival groups across the room. It was like a storm cloud sitting just above the roof, heavy but waiting to break. Lockett, stuck in that unit, felt the tension in his bones, and later said he was terrified. He had one radio, one set of keys, and no backup anywhere close by to help. Even he could sense this wasn't going to be another minor fistfight broken up by pepper spray. This was going to be something big, something unforgettable, and he was right. Prison culture in Oklahoma had always been violent, but this level of organized hostility was different. The Irish mob had no intention of backing down, even though they knew their numbers were smaller. The Universal Aryan Brotherhood felt insulted because white inmates rejecting them was seen as betrayal. The stage was set for something the state had never seen before. Later investigations would confirm that at least 21 shanks had been hidden in Charlie North Unit. That number showed exactly how much preparation had gone into the coming conflict. Nobody makes that many blades unless they are expecting mass violence instead of one-on-one fights. Those weapons represented weeks of planning by inmates right under the noses of corrections officers. Every signal pointed toward an explosion, yet nothing was done to prevent it, and the fuse kept burning. By the time the Irish mob made their move, the entire pod was primed for chaos. The Bloods upstairs were safe in their locked cells, watching history unfold through bars. The white inmates downstairs were seconds away from Oklahoma's bloodiest prison battle. The quiet in Charlie North snapped when a group of Irish mob members came down the stairs. They moved with purpose, heads low, hands ready to grab weapons they had stashed earlier. Some blades were hidden under chairs, others tucked behind vents, waiting for this exact moment. Prisoners upstairs already knew what was about to happen, which is why they stayed locked. As the Irish mob reached the day room floor, voices broke the silence with raw gang calls. Somebody shouted, "Sinn Fein, mob gang," and that cry bounced off the concrete walls like thunder. From the opposite side, an Aryan Brotherhood member yelled back, "Wood," which was their prison slang. In that instant, the entire pod erupted into chaos, with steel flashing in every direction. Shanks came out fast, crude pieces of sharpened metal wrapped in cloth or tape for grip. 24 inmates got involved in the melee, stabbing, swinging, and wrestling in the middle of the pod. Blood hit the floor almost immediately, spraying across tables and dripping down onto the concrete. Officer Terrence Lockett screamed into his radio for backup, but confusion slowed everything down. In the middle of the chaos, Anthony Fullwilder was fighting for the Aryan Brotherhood at age 31. He had been serving 23 years for armed robbery and shooting with intent to kill. Multiple sharp force injuries brought him down, and he died after being airlifted from the facility. His death marked one of the Aryan Brotherhood's hardest losses inside Cimarron that day. Another Aryan casualty was 26-year-old Michael Maiden Jr., a prospect still proving himself inside the gang. He had been serving an 8-year sentence for firearm possession and stolen vehicle charges. He caught a fatal shoulder stab wound during the battle and died right there on the floor. Maiden's death showed how prospects carry just as much risk as full members. On the Irish mob side, 23-year-old Kyle Tiffey was caught in the frenzy. He was serving 5 years for drug possession and 2 more for assaulting an officer. Multiple stab wounds ended his life, leaving him dead before guards even reached the scene. Kyle's story was especially sad because he was still so young and reckless. Another Irish mob loss was 29-year-old Christopher Tenyer, also serving 5 years at Cimarron. His charges included receiving stolen vehicles, and he had been making noise as an Irish member. He took a stab wound to the chest that killed him quickly during the fighting. Autopsy later showed meth in his system, which reflected how drugs stayed constant in prison. By the time the fight slowed, 4 men were dead, and several more were gravely wounded. At least 7 knives had been used, leaving the day room slick with blood pooling on the floor. Survivors carried deep cuts, broken bones, and trauma from watching friends killed within seconds of violence. Some were dragged out on stretchers while guards shouted orders and tried to separate survivors. Lockett, the lone guard on the top tier, was panicked as he tried to call help. At first, he accidentally gave the wrong unit name when screaming into his radio. That mistake cost precious minutes as officers scrambled to figure out where to send backup. His terror was clear in his voice, with screams and chaos loud behind him on the call. It took 40 minutes before enough officers arrived to gain control and shut down the riot. By then, 4 lives were gone. Blood stained the floor, and weapons were scattered across the pod. Pepper spray and batons were used late, but the real damage had already been done. Inmates described the scene as a massacre, one of the worst in Oklahoma prison history. Families got word fast after the incident, and many of them were shocked at what happened. Mothers, fathers, and siblings demanded answers about how their loved ones died inside a state prison. They wanted to know why a single guard was left alone to watch so many inmates. They wanted to know why supervisors ignored warnings from Lockett hours before the fight broke out. Anthony Fullwilder's relatives remembered him as troubled, but they still demanded accountability from the prison system. Michael Maiden's family learned their son died as a prospect, not even a full Aryan member yet. Kyle Tiffey's family mourned a young man.
So it's like in this fucking piece of shit, hellacious nightmare of yours, you're not the head Nazi, you're an assistant to the Nazi.
Made it past 23 years old. Christopher Tenyer's loved ones questioned why he was in such a violent unit in the first place. The prison locked down immediately after the riot, keeping every inmate in cells while investigations began. Media reports described it as Oklahoma's deadliest prison fight, shocking both the public and politicians. Lawsuits quickly followed, with accusations that Cimarron staff had failed to prevent the bloodshed. CoreCivic, the private company operating the facility, suddenly faced scrutiny for how they ran the prison. Inmates who survived told investigators they always knew something was coming before that day. They spoke about weeks of buildup, with both gangs quietly stockpiling weapons inside the unit. They said everyone in Charlie North felt the tension, but nobody wanted to be the first. The Irish mob finally made the move, sparking the chain of violence that left 4 men gone. The aftermath of Cimarron sent ripples far beyond the walls of that facility. Families grieved, lawsuits filed, and Oklahoma prisons braced for more violence between the rival gangs. Nobody forgot that day, and it marked a turning point in the feud between farm boys and Aryans. It proved that defiance against the Brotherhood could cost lives, but also send a strong message. After the Cimarron riot, attention quickly turned toward the company running the prison that day. Cimarron Correctional Facility in Cushing was operated by CoreCivic, which used to be called Corrections Corporation of America. They were a private operator that Oklahoma relied on heavily to house thousands of inmates. The massacre exposed how much responsibility they carried, and people started asking tough questions. Investigators discovered serious problems with how the prison was managed before and during the riot. One major issue was the video evidence that could have shown exactly what happened inside Charlie North. A chief of security admitted he deleted footage from a handheld camera that recorded staff giving CPR. That violated Department of Corrections policy and destroyed potential evidence that families demanded to see. Other fixed cameras inside the unit either malfunctioned or mysteriously failed to capture usable footage of the brawl. Some of the surveillance recordings that should have covered the entire shift were never turned over to investigators. And with 4 men dead, the idea of lost or deleted video footage created outrage across the state. Families wanted accountability, but missing evidence made answers even harder to find. Staffing levels also became a major point of investigation after the bloodshed. Mandatory security posts were filled, but at least 4 to 8 additional posts went unmanned. One of the most critical stations, Central Control, was operated by only one inexperienced officer. Policy required 2 officers there because of its importance, but CoreCivic let it slide with 1 worker. That short staffing left Officer Terrence Lockett completely isolated inside Charlie North. When the violence erupted, Lockett had no immediate help, and supervisors were slow to respond. He had warned them earlier that something felt wrong, but they brushed him off and told him to wait. The company's staffing choices put both him and the inmates in a deadly position. By the time backup came, 4 men were already dead, and others were critically wounded. Another CoreCivic policy that came under fire was their approach to cell doors inside Cimarron. They kept cell doors locked at all times during recreation, even when inmates were out. That meant when the knives came out, nobody could run back to safety. Prisoners were trapped in the day room, forced to fight or get cut down where they stood. Officers later admitted the locked doors made controlling the riot even harder. The Department of Corrections launched an after-action review, but critics said it felt more like a cover-up. CoreCivic had its own staff involved in reviewing the massacre, raising questions about conflict of interest. Families accused the company of protecting itself rather than exposing the truth about what happened. Lawsuits soon followed, with families of the dead inmates filing claims of negligence against CoreCivic. At least 3 major civil suits were filed, 2 by families of slain inmates and 1 by a survivor. They accused CoreCivic of failing to prevent foreseeable violence, understaffing the prison and destroying evidence. In response, CoreCivic denied wrongdoing but tried to push blame onto the inmates themselves. In some filings, they even named gang members as co-defendants, trying to share potential liability. The lawsuits painted a picture of a company more worried about profits than safety. Lawyers argued CoreCivic saved money by cutting staff and ignoring dangerous warning signs before the riot. They pointed to reports of shanks being found and gang tensions rising long before September 12, 2015. Yet nothing was done to separate the groups or add more officers inside Charlie North. Public outrage boiled over when details reached local media and national outlets like The Frontier and The Washington Post. Headlines called it Oklahoma's deadliest prison riot, and people demanded accountability from both the state and CoreCivic. Politicians were pressed to explain why the state kept contracting with private companies despite repeated problems. Families of the victims held vigils, interviews, and rallies to demand changes inside Oklahoma prisons. Corrections officials eventually admitted the response was not swift and effective, which was a serious understatement. 40 minutes passed before guards fully controlled the unit, and those minutes sealed the fate of 4 men. Critics argued that better staffing and functioning equipment could have saved lives that day. Instead, the bloodbath exposed how fragile the prison system was under private management. The story of the Cimarron massacre was no longer just about gang violence between whites. It became a case study in negligence, corporate responsibility, and the dangers of privatized prisons. CoreCivic insisted they followed policy, but families said the evidence told a very different story. Missing video, locked doors, and understaffing created the perfect conditions for a massacre. Public pressure eventually forced CoreCivic to make changes, but they never admitted direct fault in the deaths. Some of the lawsuits were settled out of court, with details kept confidential under sealed agreements. For the families, no settlement could replace the lives lost inside Charlie North that day. They wanted truth and accountability, but what they got felt like money and silence. For many in Oklahoma, the Cimarron massacre became a symbol of how bad things had gotten. People saw how gangs controlled prisons, how private companies cut corners, and how lives were treated cheaply. The outrage didn't fade quickly because the images of that day were burned into memory, and the fact that evidence vanished only fueled suspicion that the full truth was hidden. In the end, CoreCivic kept operating, but their name stayed tied to Oklahoma's bloodiest prison riot. The Irish mob and the Aryan Brotherhood shed blood, but CoreCivic carried blame for letting it happen. Families were left grieving, lawsuits dragged on, and public trust in prison leadership dropped lower than ever before. Cimarron Correctional Facility would always be remembered as the place where everything went wrong. In the months after the Cimarron massacre, Oklahoma prosecutors promised justice for the 4 men killed. Families of Anthony Fullwilder, Michael Maiden, Kyle Tiffey, and Christopher Tenure wanted accountability for the lives taken inside. By 2017, Payne County District Attorney Laura Thomas announced felony charges against 7 inmates. Every man charged was linked to the Irish mob, not a single Aryan Brotherhood member. The 7 included Stephen Ray Thompson, Jonathan Whittington, Philip Wayne Jordan Jr., Jordan James Scott, James Danny Placker, Gage Broom, and Corey Cruda. Prosecutors argued they were part of the group seen coming down the stairs. The charge was participating in a riot, because proving individual murders was nearly impossible. For families, it looked like a step forward, but cracks in the case appeared quickly. The biggest problem was video footage, which should have been the strongest evidence in court. The security footage from Charlie North was grainy and failed to clearly show who stabbed who. Guards huddled together in meetings trying to identify suspects, but their process looked sloppy and unreliable. Later in court, officers admitted they could not even say who wrote names on suspect photos. That shaky identification undermined the case badly because no clear chain of evidence existed. Defense lawyers jumped on the issue, saying it was impossible to prove involvement beyond reasonable doubt. When officers themselves confessed to uncertainty, jurors were unlikely to convict anyone for murder. What prosecutors hoped would be a slam dunk started falling apart piece by piece. Testimony from Officer Terrence Lockett should have helped, but his credibility was destroyed before trial. He was arrested for trying to smuggle drugs into a prison while the case was pending. Defense lawyers argued no jury could believe a man facing his own criminal charges. His earlier warnings and eyewitness accounts suddenly carried no weight inside the courtroom. Another Department of Corrections employee who was supposed to testify was also under criminal investigation. That meant both of the state's key correctional witnesses were compromised before the trial even began. Without reliable guards on the stand, the case leaned even harder on poor video and inmate testimony. But inmates were never going to risk snitching in a case like this. Inside Oklahoma prisons, the code of silence is enforced with knives, not warnings. The Aryan Brotherhood is notorious for its kill all witnesses reputation, and the Irish mob is no softer. Not one inmate in Charlie North came forward with direct testimony against another prisoner. The fear of retaliation was stronger than any loyalty to truth or justice. By 2018, the district attorney had to admit the case could not move forward. She told families there was not enough credible evidence to prove charges beyond reasonable doubt. With weak identifications, disgraced witnesses, and no inmate testimony, the prosecutions collapsed completely. A judge dismissed all charges against the 7 defendants, leaving families stunned and angry. 4 men had been butchered inside a prison, yet nobody was convicted or punished for it. Families called it betrayal, saying the justice system had failed their sons and brothers. They demanded to know how a massacre in state custody produced zero accountability. One grieving relative said 4 men were butchered and no justice was served for anyone. The dismissal sent a dangerous message across Oklahoma's prison yards. It showed that even the deadliest prison riot in state history produced no convictions. It told gangs that silence and intimidation worked better than any lawyer could. As long as nobody snitched, prosecutors had little power to hold anyone responsible. For the Universal Aryan Brotherhood, that outcome looked like validation of their control. For the Irish mob, it was proof they could clash with Aryans and escape legal punishment. Inmates on both sides took note, reinforcing the idea that violence behind bars was untouchable. The code of silence had beaten the justice system in full view of the public. Families carried the grief while the gangs carried the lesson, and the cycle continued. Parents buried sons, children lost fathers, and communities watched the system shrug its shoulders. Prosecutors quietly moved on, but the wounds stayed fresh for everyone connected to those 4 men. The message was clear across Oklahoma prisons. Murder inside the walls rarely leads to convictions. That outcome turned the Cimarron massacre from tragedy into cautionary tale, not just for families but the state. It proved how fragile justice became when gangs enforced silence with blades and fear. It left CoreCivic criticized, prosecutors humiliated, and Oklahoma corrections exposed for its failures. Most importantly, it left families broken, with memories of men who never came home alive. The massacre at Cimarron did not close the chapter. It pushed the violence onto Oklahoma streets. When 4 bodies dropped in Charlie North, both gangs carried grudges back into the free world. Soldiers on the outside felt obligated to retaliate for their brothers locked up. That cycle turned small towns into battlefields where bullets and fire replaced prison shanks. Wewoka, a quiet Seminole County town of barely 3,000 people, became the heart of the storm. Residents who had lived through calm years suddenly compared nights to World War III. Houses were firebombed, cars riddled with bullets, and gunshots echoed across neighborhoods like clockwork. Families who had nothing to do with gangs started fearing their own porches at night. One of the most terrifying incidents came when a Molotov cocktail flew through a bedroom window. The target was Vincent Watts, a Wewoka resident who barely survived the attack. Flames tore through his house while he was still in bed trying to breathe through smoke. He escaped with burns, but his home was destroyed in the fire set by gang beef. Watts later told reporters he thought the attack was meant for someone else. He believed the arsonist confused his house for a rival's residence connected to gangs. That mistake almost killed him, showing how innocent people were paying for prison grudges. They have to learn they can't settle problems with explosives, Watts said bitterly in interviews. The violence did not stop with fire. It carried over into shootings that scarred families. A 16-year-old boy in Wewoka was caught in the crossfire of a drive-by. Bullets hit him in the back, leaving him paralyzed and unsure if he would walk again. His family was crushed because he was just a kid with no connection to gangs. Every shooting created more fear, and rumors spread about green-lit hits ordered from prison cells. Both the Irish mob and the Universal Aryan Brotherhood were said to have lists of enemies. Some of those names were rivals, some were suspected snitches, and some were family members. People whispered that missing persons in rural counties were actually buried victims of the feud. Investigators later uncovered clandestine burial grounds connected to the Universal Aryan Brotherhood in Logan County. Behind a fortified compound, they found charred and dismembered human remains scattered in hidden pits. Officials believed up to a dozen victims were dumped there over the years. Some were likely rivals. Others suspected informants who crossed the wrong man at the wrong time. Other bodies surfaced near oil wells in rural Oklahoma counties, fueling stories of secret gang graveyards. Families with missing relatives started wondering if their loved ones were casualties of this feud. Officials quietly admitted that keeping some people alive became the only goal in certain cases. Witness protection programs stretched thin because intimidation was stronger than any courtroom threat. In Wewoka, families lived under siege conditions while law enforcement stayed silent for weeks. Police refused to explain the fires, the shootings, or the chaos erupting in town. That silence made locals angry because everybody knew it was Aryans and Irish fighting in their streets. Officials avoided naming gangs, but residents already recognized tattoos, faces, and colors tied to each group. Community frustration boiled over during town meetings where residents demanded stronger protection and clear answers. People said they were tired of hearing gunshots without seeing arrests or prosecutions. Some described nights where multiple houses burned while law enforcement gave no explanations. Others feared speaking publicly because everyone knew retaliation could come for anyone opening their mouth. Eventually, federal authorities stepped in after pressure mounted, and residents compared Wewoka to a war zone. The FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and Seminole Nation Light Horse Police joined local departments. In mid-2017, they arrested 6 individuals directly tied to gang violence in Wewoka. Those suspects were linked to a fatal shooting and several arsons in town. The arrests brought relief to residents who have been living like targets for months. "It's been like World War III. We don't need this," said Watts after hearing the news. He had survived the firebombing and wanted peace back in his community. Other families echoed his relief, hoping the arrests marked the end of the street war. But even with arrests, people in Oklahoma understood this was not just a local flare-up. The feud between the Irish mob and the Aryan Brotherhood ran through prisons, towns, and families. Every time prison blood spilled, violence followed outside, spreading into neighborhoods and small towns like brush fire. For Wewoka, that connection was painfully clear every time a house burned or bullets hit walls. The aftermath showed how much influence prison gangs still had over the outside world. Leaders locked up in cells were giving orders through contraband phones smuggled by associates. Soldiers on the street followed those orders, carrying out drive-by shootings and firebombings. The violence reminded everyone that prison beefs never stayed behind walls in Oklahoma. By late 2017, federal sweeps slowed the violence, but scars remained across Seminole County. Families rebuilt burned houses, while others learned to live with permanent injuries from stray bullets. Residents carried fear long after, remembering how their small town felt like a battlefield. Wewoka's story became a symbol of what happens when prison gangs run unchecked. The feud that started with defiance inside Cimarron now had civilians caught in the fire. It was no longer just white inmates fighting inside pods. It was neighborhoods under siege.
This is what people do to get out from under the fucking thumb of the government.
Bystanders felt the weight of a war they never asked for. The line between
they'll build
prison
drug
violence and street
trades
violence.
and they'll lose their freedom and they'll go to prison and they'll build cultures in there and stuff. Anything to prevent the government from telling them what to do. It's kind of crazy. Like, it's weird. It's been cops and robbers.
It's blurred until there was no separation at all. When people talked about the Irish mob in Oklahoma, one name always came up first. That name was David Postel, a farm boy who rose into a prison gang boss. His story was tied to violence long before he ever claimed leadership inside. David was the brother of Gilbert Postel, who was executed in 2022 for mass murder. Gilbert carried out a gruesome quadruple homicide in 2005, spraying bullets into a trailer in Oklahoma City. The victims were James Alderson, his girlfriend, and 2 of her children, all gunned down brutally. The case shocked the state, and Gilbert's execution years later cemented his reputation as ruthless. David was tied into that world, serving a life sentence for his role. Even behind bars, David refused to fade into the background like many lifers. Instead, he built power by linking himself to the Irish mob's prison-based operations. He relied on contraband cell phones smuggled into prisons by girlfriends and associates. With those phones, he directed drug shipments, collected payments, and ordered violence when needed. Investigators later revealed that David oversaw one of the largest prison drug operations in Oklahoma history. Through wiretaps, the FBI and Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics intercepted hundreds of calls tied to his network. Those conversations showed him arranging meth deals, giving orders, and coordinating shipments across multiple counties. He turned his prison cell into a command center for a criminal empire. By 2022, prosecutors said David was the undisputed leader of the Irish mob's drug ring. Operation Center of Attention, a massive state investigation, eventually tied him to 125 convicted conspirators. Those men and women were caught running meth and heroin through Oklahoma prisons and towns. The network trafficked over 500 pounds of narcotics and moved nearly $600,000 in drug profits. For his leadership role, David received an additional life sentence stacked onto his existing punishment. That meant he would never breathe free air again, locked away permanently under federal supervision. Still, his legend inside the Irish mob grew because he represented defiance against Aryan control. He was the farm boy leader who proved Irish mob could organize on a large scale. On the other side of the feud stood Chance Allen Wilson, known by the name Wolfhead. His story was darker, crueler, and more twisted than many could believe. Born and raised in Oklahoma, Chance lived with a reputation for meth use from an early age. He wasn't just an addict, he became a dealer and enforcer tied to violent acts. In 2012, Chance committed one of the most horrific crimes connected to his name. He injected his 16-year-old sister, Salida, with a lethal dose of methamphetamine. Instead of helping when she overdosed, he left her in a bathtub while she died. That act led to a first-degree murder conviction, earning him a 15-year state sentence. Prison did not stop him from becoming more powerful. It only gave him a bigger stage. By the mid-2000s, Chance had risen through the Universal Aryan Brotherhood ranks with violence and intimidation. Using contraband phones, he directed meth distribution networks reaching across Oklahoma towns and prisons. He had soldiers outside moving pounds of meth, collecting cash, and enforcing Brotherhood rules. Federal agents eventually tied Chance to a massive meth operation inside Oklahoma prisons. In 2023, a multi-year RICO investigation convicted 69 UAB members and associates. Authorities said Chance Wolfhead Wilson was the statewide leader orchestrating the organization. His empire included more than 300 pounds of meth, 62 seized firearms, and $400,000 in proceeds. For his crimes, Chance received an additional 30-year federal sentence stacked onto his state time. That meant he would likely die inside federal custody, never stepping outside walls again. Officials described him as a perfect example of how dangerous prison gang leaders remained. Even after killing his sister, he found new power through the Brotherhood's violent culture. Both David and Chance represented the core difference between Irish Mob and the Aryan Brotherhood. David's leadership came from pragmatism, running business with whoever would move product. He didn't care about skin color or supremacist politics. He cared about loyalty and money. His farm boy background shaped a crew that worked with whoever made sense for business. Chance represented the opposite approach, rooted in supremacist ideology and brutality without hesitation. The Universal Aryan Brotherhood demanded control of every white inmate, no exceptions. They forced loyalty with knives and blood oaths, enforcing obedience through ruthless violence. Chance embodied that culture, earning his position by spilling blood and intimidating rivals. Together, these two men symbolized the feud that left Oklahoma bleeding inside prisons and outside towns. David Postel showed how farm boys could build a network without bending to Aryan politics. Chance Wilson showed how ruthless an Aryan leader could become, killing his own blood for selfish reasons. Their names carried fear and respect across Oklahoma's prison yards and back roads. When families in Wewoka and Cushing spoke about the violence, their names always surfaced. Both leaders were proof that prison gangs never lost control just because walls surrounded them. They represented two sides of a coin, one driven by survival and money, the other by ideology and cruelty. That collision created the deadliest feud Oklahoma's prison system had ever witnessed. By 2022, law enforcement finally made their move after years of investigation and wiretaps. Oklahoma officials announced the results of Operation Center of Attention, which targeted the Irish Mob directly. The operation resulted in 125 inmates tied to the Irish Mob convicted. Collectively, those defendants received more than 1,350 years of time. Authorities called it one of the largest takedowns of a prison drug network in state history. The investigation exposed how David Postel had turned his prison cell into a command office. Using contraband phones, he directed shipments of meth, heroin, and weapons through loyal associates outside. Wiretaps captured his orders and tied him directly to large-scale meth trafficking networks. During the investigation, officials seized over 500 pounds of meth and heroin linked to his crew. They also confiscated hundreds of firearms that gang members used to enforce their business. Cash worth nearly $600,000 was taken as part of the operation. The scale showed how far the Irish Mob had grown under David's leadership. Prosecutors made sure David Postel received an additional life sentence on top of his previous term. His earlier life sentence already kept him behind bars for his role in Gilbert's murders. Now another life sentence sealed his fate permanently inside federal prison custody. For law enforcement, that conviction represented a victory against the farm boy crew. Operation Center of Attention decapitated the Irish Mob's prison drug trade and scattered its street soldiers. The collective sentences meant most members would spend decades locked away with little hope of freedom. For investigators, it was the largest Irish Mob conviction wave Oklahoma had ever seen. Federal agencies praised the teamwork that allowed them to dismantle the network successfully. At nearly the same time, federal prosecutors were also closing in on the Universal Aryan Brotherhood. A long-running RICO case had targeted the UAB's violent operations inside and outside prison. By January 2023, 69 members and associates of the Brotherhood had been convicted. those convictions added up to more than 418 years of federal prison time. The case also seized 62 firearms and more than 300 pounds of methamphetamine. Over $400,000 in drug proceeds were confiscated by investigators following the network's trails. Authorities said the arrests effectively crippled the Brotherhood's operations across Oklahoma. It was one of the harshest blows the Aryan Brotherhood had faced in decades. The star of that federal case was none other than Chance Wolfhead Wilson, even though he was already serving time for the murder of his teenage sister, Saleda. Federal prosecutors showed how he continued leading the Universal Aryan Brotherhood from inside prison cells. Using contraband phones, he ordered shipments, managed profits, and approved violent enforcement actions. For his leadership role, Chance Wilson received another 30-year federal sentence stacked onto his existing time. That meant Wolfhead would almost certainly die in prison, with no realistic chance of release. His sentence became symbolic because it showed law enforcement would not tolerate Aryan supremacy networks. Federal prosecutors celebrated the conviction as a major step toward crippling the Brotherhood's reach. Federal agencies boasted about dismantling both major white gangs in Oklahoma within the same 2 years. The FBI praised the removal of massive amounts of meth, firearms, and cash from communities. Homeland Security investigations described how incarcerated gang members still ran networks until agents broke them apart. The IRS Criminal Investigations Division also played a surprising role in the crackdowns. IRS investigators traced money flows that exposed laundering operations used by both gangs. They followed cash from drug sales into bank accounts, prepaid cards, and hidden assets. That financial evidence helped prosecutors prove conspiracy charges and stripped gangs of their operating funds. Taking the money hurt as much as seizing drugs or locking up soldiers. In press conferences, federal prosecutors said Oklahoma communities were safer with these convictions completed. They promised that the days of unchecked gang empires inside state prisons were ending. For families who lost loved ones in Wewoka or Samara, the message brought mixed feelings. Convictions were welcome, but the scars of the feud were already permanent. Still, the crackdowns proved law enforcement could hit back hard when gangs overplayed their hand. The Irish mob's massive prison drug network was gutted by Operation Center of Attention. The Universal Aryan Brotherhood's leadership was crushed under RICO convictions and long federal sentences. For the first time in years, Oklahoma officials said they regained some control. The feud between farm boys and Aryans had drawn blood on both sides, but this was different. This was the government cutting into leadership and dismantling business networks with coordinated strikes. For years, it seemed like gangs always outmaneuvered prosecutors, but not this time. Both David Postel and Chance Wilson ended their careers trapped behind permanent federal sentences. The crackdowns did not erase the history of bloodshed, but they reshaped the battlefield. Law enforcement showed they were capable of dismantling entire prison empires when they focused resources. And for Oklahoma communities, the convictions offered a fragile peace after years of fire and gunfire. Whether that peace would last remained uncertain, but law enforcement finally landed heavy punches. After the convictions in 2022 and 2023, Oklahoma finally saw violence start to decline. Operation Center of Attention had gutted the Irish mob's prison drug trade and scattered its members. The RICO case crushed the Universal Aryan Brotherhood's leadership and dismantled their meth networks. For the first time in years, Wewoka and nearby towns felt some fragile relief. Residents slowly rebuilt burned houses, and communities tried to heal from shootings and firebombings. Parents could finally let children play outside without constant fear of stray bullets. Families carried scars, but at least daily gunfire no longer shook the small towns. The feeling of constant war faded, replaced by cautious hope that peace might hold. But by late 2023, signs showed the cycle was starting again in small bursts. Shootings and arsons were reported in Wewoka and nearby counties, raising old fears. Local prosecutors announced several new arrests tied to fresh gang-related violence. Residents began to worry that the feud never truly ended. It only paused temporarily. Experts said poverty, meth addiction, and prison culture kept the ground fertile for gangs. As long as drugs and desperation shaped Oklahoma, rival crews would keep rising. For many inmates, joining gangs remained a survival tactic rather than a choice. The farm boy defiance against Aryan control gave courage, but it came with deadly costs. The Irish mob earned a legend for rejecting supremacy, standing as country-tough independents. But that reputation came at the price of bloodshed, families broken and communities scarred. The Aryan Brotherhood still existed in pieces, and their ruthless history kept them feared. Both sides proved how prison gangs never truly die. They only change faces and tactics. Corrections officials introduced reforms, promising to house rivals separately and improve gang monitoring. Private prisons like Cimarron faced heavier scrutiny after negligence and evidence destruction became public. Officials said lessons were learned, but many Oklahomans doubted real change would last. The memory of September 12, 2015, stayed burned into the state's history. That night in Cimarron still echoes, with blood on the floor and 4 men gone. The violence did not stay behind prison gates. It flooded into small towns. Farm boys stood up to Aryans and refused to bend, but scars spread statewide. The lesson was clear. When gangs erupt inside prison, no community stays safe.
When a petty dispute broke out between some small-time suburban criminals over $1,200, nobody would have expected the fighting to escalate up to kidnapping, much less murder. More so, nobody could have foreseen the years-long international manhunt or eventually how it would all come to an end. It's not at all uncommon for wealthy suburban teenagers to get into petty crime as a little form of rebellion. Most of the time, though, it won't go beyond anything that might risk them getting some significant jail time. Every once in a while, though, these young people will take it much farther than anything you might expect. So let's start at the beginning of this story. Susan and Jeff Markowitz were living a pretty good life back in the 90s. Living in the West Hills area of Los Angeles, Jeff worked for his family's company producing components for aviation. Susan stayed at home, playing the role of the housewife. The two had a daughter and a son from Jeff's previous marriage, as well as another son that they had had together. Their oldest son, Ben, was always in trouble. At the very least, he was always trouble adjacent. His parents said that he was a tough kid to have around, being that he was always up to something. They came to blame themselves, saying that they must have made some poor choices while parenting, but their other kids didn't end up the same way. Nicholas Markowitz, or just Nick, was more or less Ben's opposite. By the time he was 15 years old, his family said that he was turning into a pretty stand-up young guy. They said that he was funny, full of energy, and very into sports and theater at school. Jeff and Susan tried to help Ben, but they weren't really getting anywhere. Jeff hired him to work with him for a while, but that didn't do anything to keep him from acting up at home and getting into trouble with the police. They tried everything they could to nudge him onto a better path, but it just wasn't working. If anything, Ben's behavior was only getting worse. The two parents began to worry that Ben was going to have a bad influence on Nick, who still looked up to him. Jeff made the difficult decision to give Ben an ultimatum. Either he gets it together or he moves out. This was a decision Jeff would come to regret for the rest of his life, as making Ben leave only served to drive him towards his miscreant friends, one of which was a young man named Jesse James Hollywood. Before you ask, yes, that was his real legal birth name. Jesse lived only a few blocks away from Ben and his family. It wasn't too long before they became pretty good friends, if you could really call it that. Jesse had grown up pretty normally himself. Actually, he seemed to be doing a lot better than normal. He and his friends all grew up excelling in school and playing Little League together, with Jesse's dad, Jack, acting as their coach. It never really seemed that Jesse was fated to get into any sort of trouble himself. After all, he was doing great as an athlete and attending El Camino Real High School, one of the best public schools in California at the time. All of this would change when Jesse started powerlifting. He began taking all sorts of supplements and working out around the clock to build muscle. This also gave him a cocky attitude, despite being 5'4" and 140 pounds, where he would stay. That attitude quickly became his downfall. His teachers began to describe him as being overly emotional. This culminated into what has only been called a violent fit in a rage when Jesse lashed out at one of his teachers near the end of his second year of high school. This got him expelled from the school entirely. Afterwards, Jesse started attending the Calabasas High School. He hopped onto the varsity baseball team there, playing until he suffered an injury that left him quitting the sport. Still though, he was able to graduate from this school without being expelled at least. While most of Jesse's friends ended up moving on to college, he decided that he wouldn't be making the same move. He decided to work on his own small business, selling weed. And business was booming, actually. By the time he was 19 years old, Jesse had paid a down payment on his first home in cash. With his little business growing, he decided to bring several of his friends on board. One of these friends was none other than Ben Markowitz. Life at Jesse's place was basically one big, never-ending party. All the group of friends did was lounge around, drink, smoke, and play around. Jesse would give each of his friends a little bit of weed to sell, and they would distribute the product all over the neighborhood. Once they got paid, they would bring the money back to Jesse. However, sometimes they would either trim a little bit off the top or smoke up a good chunk of the weed themselves and come up short on their payments. Jesse had let the power of this business go to his head. He started becoming more of a tyrant, and he wasn't going to stand for being short-sold. He would basically force these friends into slavery at his house to pay off their debt, making them clean up dog poop or beer cans from around the yard until he felt they had paid off what they owed. Given that many of these kids were outcast with nowhere to go and no other options for themselves, Jesse had a fairly easy time imposing power over them and taking advantage of them. One of the young men who came to owe Jesse money was Ben Markowitz himself. There was one difference with Ben, though. Despite owing Jesse about $1,200, Ben wasn't intimidated by his alpha male facade at all. None of the other men would stand up to Jesse, but anytime Jesse would tell Ben to pay up, Ben would simply tell him to fuck off. This left Jesse in a pretty tight spot. I mean, for one, he wanted that money back, and two, he couldn't have Ben making him look like a weakling. After all, if one man was simply able to brush him off and refuse to pay his debt, then what would stop all the others from doing the same? Jesse began to seethe in anger at Ben's refusal to pay up. He had to come up with some way to get Ben to pay off his debt. His first idea was to add more money as interest on top of the $1,200 that Ben had already owed. Ben responded in turn by chucking a brick through Jesse's window. This led to a few months of back and forth between the two men, with each upping the antics in retribution each time. This petty back and forth wasn't working. Jesse still didn't have any of his money. He was left with no choice but to resort to violence in his mind. So he and his crew set out to confront Ben directly. Ben's younger brother, Nick, was now 15 years old. To him, he felt that his life was very normal. However, on August 6th of 2000, he was taking a simple walk throughout his neighborhood, unaware that anything at all was amiss. That is until, by pure coincidence, Jesse James Hollywood and two members of his crew, Jesse Rugg and William Skidmore, drove by on their mission to confront Ben. They had prepared a van to kidnap Ben that day, but they had failed to find him. They stopped their car, feeling that an opportunity had presented itself. They decided that they might as well kidnap Ben's own younger brother and hold him for ransom. If they did that, they thought he would have no choice but to pay up. The three men hopped out of the van and charged towards Nick. Knowing that something was up, Nick made an attempt to make a run for it. It wasn't too long before Jesse and the others caught up to him, though. They knocked Nick to the ground, punching him and kicking him before picking him up and throwing him into the back of their van. They then sped off into the night, ready to send Ben Markowitz a message. Back home, Jeff and Susan had no idea that anything was wrong. After all, it wasn't unusual for Nick to walk over to a friend's house and spend a few hours there. However, after it became clear that he had been gone much longer than usual, the family started to worry. Susan had given Nick a pager. Whenever he got paged, he was supposed to head over to the nearest phone and call her. Any other time, he was very diligent about returning her calls. This time, though, she got nothing time and time again. Little did they know, this was because Nick was being held in the back of a white van, speeding north up the highway. Nick was finally let out of the van 70 miles away in Santa Barbara. He was told that he was being held hostage due to Ben's debt. However, once Nick was out of the van, they didn't treat him badly. In fact, they told him that this was all mainly for show. All they wanted was for Ben to pay up. They even gave Nick a Valium and let him light up a joint. Nick let his guard down pretty immediately, feeling that not only was this a cool experience, but he was the life of the party himself. Jesse's crew continued to fill Nick up with drugs and alcohol all night. He was surrounded at all times by at least 4 or 5 members of Jesse's extended posse, sometimes with a few hot girls talking to him at once, something he hadn't really experienced before. One of these girls asked Nick what was going on, why someone straight-laced like him was at one of these parties. Nick told her the whole story, saying that he was being held for ransom until his older brother paid off his debt. She asked him if he needed help escaping, but Nick wasn't at all worried. He told her, "Don't worry, everything's gonna work out." The party soon went mobile, with Nick being taken to several different houses throughout Santa Barbara. Some of these houses were the homes of younger teens who still lived with their parents. Several of these parents came to see Nick throughout his captivity, but none of them actually realized what was going on. Nick looked like he was just one of the guys. He never gave any indication that he was in trouble or being held against his will.
He probably wasn't.
It seemed that Nick was actually having fun and wanted to be there. For the most part, Nick was just lounging around and playing video games with the others. Back home, though, Nick's parents were in a frenzy. Jeff and Susan hadn't been able to get a hold of him for hours at this point, and it was now late into the night. It took a full 36 hours for them to finally get a hold of Ben and ask him if he knew what was going on. Ben told them that he hadn't heard anything from Nick either, leading the parents to accept that they had a real problem on their hands. They called the Los Angeles police, but by now, Nick was far out of town. It was now the day after Nick's kidnapping, and Jesse James Hollywood was starting to sober up. The reality began to sink in that he had committed a real kidnapping. He left Nick with the rest of the crew and went back home to the San Fernando Valley. He wanted to meet up with a family friend who was an attorney and have a bit of a chat with him about some hypotheticals. He told the man that there was a situation at hand. One of his friends was holding a kid hostage. Keeping the details vague, he asked how much trouble this friend might be in. This attorney got real with Jesse and told him that anyone directly involved in the kidnapping risked some serious jail time, even life in prison in some circumstances. Jesse seemed angered by this revelation and left the home in a huff. Nick, on the other hand, still wasn't all too worried. His partying would continue for the whole day and into the next. Eventually, the crew took him to a hotel in Santa Barbara, the Lemon Tree Inn, for a pool party. There he got to meet up with a 17-year-old girl who knew the boys. He told the girl what was happening, seeming to find the whole thing amusing. He told her, "This will be a story I can tell my grandchildren," still completely sure that he would be returned home just fine in the end. He had no idea that Jesse was panicking behind the scenes, unsure of what to do with him. Jesse James Hollywood told Jesse Rugg and a few others that had been holding Nick that they would be sending him home. They told Nick that he was about to head home. They told him they would simply go out and buy him a bus or a train ticket and send him on his way. They said that they might even...
I was like this when I was young. Not rich, but just the way he looks.
Give him a little bit of money for his trouble. Little did anyone know at the time, Jesse James Hollywood didn't have any intention of going through with that promise. Jesse had been sweating bullets after his conversation with the attorney. He had decided that he couldn't risk Nick going back home and telling his family that he had been kidnapped. Jesse had an idea and called up one of his dealers that had basically been forced into indentured servitude at his home, a young man named Ryan Hoyt. Ryan was one of the men who was in the most debt to Jesse, something that Jesse felt he could use to get him on board with his new plan. Jesse met up with Ryan and threw a duffel bag at his feet. This bag contained a Tech-9 and some ammunition. The gun had been modified to the extent that it was fully automatic at this point, equipped with a stock and some other attachments as well. Jesse told Ryan that they had a bit of a situation on their hands and that solving this problem for him would be how Ryan would pay off his debt. Ryan, more than ready to get out from underneath Jesse's thumb, agreed to the plan without much of a fight. A few other members of Jesse's crew went out to scope out the mountains above the Santa Barbara area in order to find the perfect place to carry out their plan. They decided that they had no choice but to kill Nick in order to keep the knowledge of the kidnapping from spilling out. They settled on the Lizard's Mouth Trail in the San Ynez Mountains north of Goleta. There, one man, Graham Presley, dug a shallow grave. The rest of the crew then returned to the hotel to grab Nick. It was now 2.5 days since the kidnapping started, and they threw Nick into the van once again. This time, though, they weren't heading to another party. They were heading up to the mountains to the site of the grave. It's very likely that Nick knew something was amiss at this point, as the group made an effort to tie him up and gag him for this particular trip. They pulled Nick out of the car and began to walk him towards where Graham had been digging the grave. Nick was made to stand in front of his own grave, hands tied behind his back with duct tape over his mouth. That's when Ryan Hoyt picked up the shovel from the ground and took a hard swing towards the back of Nick's head. While Nick was stunned, Ryan then pulled out the Tech-9 and squeezed the trigger. In one short burst, 9 bullets left the gun and flew straight into Nick's back. The only reason that Ryan stopped shooting in the first place was that the gun had jammed. Nick then collapsed forward into the grave. Finished, the crew decided to ditch the gun as well, tucking it underneath his legs.
They Tech-9'd him? Why?
The crew was more than confident that Nick's body would never be found in such a remote area up in the mountains. However, their inexperience and lack of knowledge about the area would prove to be their downfall. For one, the grave was far too shallow. It wouldn't be hard at all for the dirt to come loose and reveal what was hidden beneath. Second, the area wasn't near as remote as they had thought, actually being quite close to a popular hiking trail. It was only a few days later, on August 12th, that someone on the hiking trail came across Nick's body. Then, it only took a couple more days before his body was positively identified. After a week and a half of pure hell, Nick's parents heard the news that they had been dreading the most. Ben Markowitz heard the news while he was participating in the search for Nick himself. He broke down on camera, being interviewed by the KNBC News. He told them, "It's my fault that my 15-year-old brother is dead."
Oh.
A funeral was soon held for Nick, one that was attended by hundreds of different people. They all had the same question on their minds, and that was, who did this? Luckily for them, it wasn't going to be too long at all before the answer to that question became very clear. You may remember the young woman that Nick had talked to at the party. The woman who wanted to help him escape before Nick told her that it wasn't necessary. This woman first heard about what had happened to Nick when she happened to come across a photo of his face in the local newspaper. Both shocked that he was dead and infuriated that the crew had lied to her about their intentions, she decided to head to the local police immediately. Leads had actually already been pouring in left and right, but she would be the anchor that would help piece the whole story together. It was actually only a matter of hours before the police were raining down on Jesse James Hollywood's crew and making arrests. They quickly got their hands on Graham Presley, who dug the grave, Jesse Rugg and William Skidmore, who had assisted in the kidnapping, and Ryan Hoyt, the triggerman himself. However, there was still one man that they didn't have, Jesse James Hollywood himself. Jesse, back home, had either seen on the news or in the paper that a body had been found. Before Nick's body had even been identified, he saw the writing on the wall and took off. He left the area as quickly as he could, heading out to Colorado Springs, an area where his family used to live. There, he stayed with a family friend. However, by the time the police knew of this, he had already fled the area before they could grab him. Jesse then ran off to Las Vegas with his girlfriend, staying at a luxury hotel on the Strip. However, the police just barely missed him there too. He then headed back to the San Fernando Valley, most likely to meet up with his father, Jack. Jack knew of Jesse's predicament and hoped to help him flee from justice for as long as he could. Jack, along with his good friend and Jesse's godfather, suggested that he flee to Canada and then make his way out to Brazil with his girlfriend's help. Jesse's plan was actually a success. He had managed to flee the United States and make his way out to Brazil. Nobody
if you have money,
people who had helped him had any idea where he had gone, and they weren't talking. Jesse quickly made his way onto the list of the FBI's most wanted fugitives. However, they had absolutely no clue as to where he might be. Even after prodding the other crew members who had been arrested, it was pretty clear that they had no idea either. Whether they had Jesse in custody or not, it was time for the other boys' trials to begin.